a swap. There we go. All right, everything's going.
Okay. Just in time for YouTube to yell at us. I'm doing everybody. Lucky has a hat.
I do have a hat. It's a sick hat.
Yeah, so expect this to be one of those episodes of What's Up, because how long have you had Strangers of Paradise?
A day.
Yeah, so you're pretty in it.
I mean, they also let you they literally let me ow. They literally let me start off where I was in the demo. So
wait, does that mean does defeating the infinite whatever the monsters, I can't say that word right now. Does that mean that just exists in the game? That's just how it starts?
The what? Yeah.
Damn. Wow. Okay, I guess just cut to the chase. Also, what do you mean already? Lucky put like 5 hours into this demo and then has had this since yesterday.
Yeah, let me see here. I mean, I don't mean starting over because I got to get my grind on in this place anywhere. So let me abandon to the map here. Abandon mission. Yes. We abandon the mission. Yeah, so when you start, you get to do, you have the Chaos Shrine, the Provoke a Seed Rod, and the Western Keep. Those are 3 you got to do. Yep. Since then, those are the ones I did, those are the ones you get in the demo. And then since I've gotten the game, I also did the Befriend Wetlands, the Crystal Mirage, the Flying Fortress, and now I'm in the Wicked Arbor. And a lot of these have side missions too, that are just little things, and I had to spend a lot of time doing this one, because you have to kill 3 Tomberries, Master Tomberries.
There's a lot of big Tomberries. So yeah, that seems like an interesting choice then. You don't even have to do the fucking starter quest. It's like,
no, you must go fight Chaos.
Fuck killing like 20 rats. Also, YouTube, shut the fuck up. It's fine. Shut up. The audio's fine. Are you sure you don't have a problem, YouTube, telling me there's only 2 people viewing, but I have, or 1 person viewing, but I have 2 people in chat? You should put that in a survey next time. Hey, YouTube, can you, like, not do that alert for 5 minutes? Anyway. And can you let me ban people from chat? Anyway.
Oh, God, I forgot that happens. Oh, no, please no.
Well, we'll see. We don't have any problems yet. If it is, though, it's absolutely because you're telling the game is Stranger of Paradise. Because I streamed Yu-Gi-Oh! Like twice on Tuesday and didn't have any problems with that particular bot. I had our normal bot problems, like the weird, like, Voom or whatever. Verp.org.
I mean, those aren't annoying. They're just...
No, they, like, post once every 30 minutes and you just report them. But the constant spam bot process is annoying. And there's apparently no way to fix that on YouTube inherently. You can just put them in timeout for a little bit, but if the robot just comes right the fuck back, it doesn't actually stop them from being in your chat.
Alrighty, let me see here.
But before we go anywhere with that, I'd like to remind everybody this episode is brought to you by our patrons like Adam Harp, Got Comics, Akazime, Argent Tang, Pleasant G, Carlos Dragon, Ferris, Jeremy Vasquez, Jonathan Sandoval, Legendary Boss Hunter, Liam Kessler, Regent Raptor, Rogue Robin, Charvor, Sean Pryor, some guy named Bob, Sorry 23, and Vern the Crow. If you'd like what you want to see us do more, consider supporting on Patreon.
Yay, Patreon.
Yeah. Sorry if I'm going through it a little bit. I got a little bit of a catch there.
Actually, I'm going to do what I've been planning on doing for a minute. I'm going to start working on all my basic classes. So all the way to the beginning.
Okay.
Because
hopefully that means we convert.
Well, it means I probably won't have to think as hard to play games. Probably.
I don't know. You might get bullied by skeletons again.
It never stops.
Your bones wild red. But yeah, so obviously Lucky will be playing more Stranger of Paradise as we go through and do the show. I will be sitting here sweating like you usually do. It's hot. It's hot, and I'm not sure the air conditioner works as good as it wants But here we is.
Fists are fast.
Yeah. Be punchy. But I think, other than obviously, hey, this game came out. Our other big thing is this week. Yes, I did actually beat Horizon.
Huzzah.
Before we get too far in, we should probably just launch straight into that one.
Sure.
So hey, if you haven't beat Horizon Forbidden West and you care about spoilers, go away for like an hour, I guess. Come back later. Half an hour? I don't know. But, you know, we've both played the game fully. I have not platinumed it yet. I do kind of want to go back and clear up some of the stuff I missed, but I talked about this a little off and on over the past couple of days. Like, I wanted to, like, finish leveling up some of my, like, legendary weapons and armor and maybe do more arena challenges, because those are really the only ones that matter. I mean, there's a couple of, I guess there's some hunter bows, but most of them were dumb. They had dumb ammo. Just like, okay. But, also at the same time, that's really tedious. Like, it's kind of a pain in the butt. Once you get to, like, legendary gear, you need a lot of Apex parts, which you can't guarantee.
Nope.
So, it sucked. And so I just gave up and finished the game, and it was fine, because I was, like, literally max level, max skill. And I think I'm going to stand by my earlier assessment. I think it was last week, but it might have been a couple weeks ago, where, like, storytelling, like, you know, 9 out of 10. 10 out of 10, maybe. Like, it's a really well-written game. Like, especially over the second game, even more so. Like, all the characters are, like, really well embodied, you know. You got a strong feeling for all the NPCs, even the ones you only meet for, like, a quest, right? You know, the dialogue's very punchy. I think you get a decent feeling for all the people you meet. You got, you know, your whole crew of people you keep collecting in the base. And all that fun stuff. Oh, yeah, including some people you literally only collect for, like, just before the final quest.
Oh, yeah. By the way, man, talking about, like, that bomb corner, this is what I was talking about right here. When you see these two right here, if you just immediately, whoop, that way, there's a passage that just takes you around them all.
Okay. Okay, they just passed. I was like, you made a whoop son, and then there wasn't anything there.
Yes, because latency.
Yeah, but we're on ultra low. That took a while. Though I don't know exactly how the latency syncs up with the preview window. I've never timed that. But yeah, so, punch the pillar and it breaks the path. But yeah, so, like, the writing in Horizon is very good. They have a pretty unique world they've set up, and we talked about this with stuff like, you know, Thebes and all that other stuff. There's a lot of both kind of, you know, classic science fiction kind of beats they hit, and also just, like, wholly unique stuff to the way this thing is set up that they go for, right?
Right.
I do kind of feel like it's very much an Act 2 game.
Oh yeah. I mean, when they set up, you know, the, oh, what do I want to call it? The hook, I want to suppose. You definitely,
yeah.
Cactar. Bitch! Oh, you are just gone.
Yeah, they're fast. I remember that from the demo. There's Speedy Boy. Is he, like, programmed to run into every destructible plate?
I don't know.
I mean, I guess that's hugging the walls. Still, it's very funny. But yeah, no, so you mentioned the hook, right? Like,
yeah.
This is talk about the spoilers. You know, we're in the zone. The game has been out for like a month now. Yes. We both beat it, so. Like, the game ends with the villain's plan wasn't really that plan all along. It's actually they're gonna fucking leave because there's an even worse problem. You thought Hades sucked. Well, now imagine if Hades was, you know, started by malevolent immortals with super technology. But wait! What if malevolent immortals with super technology couldn't stand against an evil AI clone of evil immortals with a magical... Like, it's pure sequel escalation, right? Mm-hmm. And it works for video games, but also it's kind of like, okay, was that... I mean, I know that there's sub-themes why the conclusion is satisfying, but was this supposed to feel like I won? I guess kind of, because we all like hug it out and like Silence like turns around from getting on the magic space boat and leaving. But at the same time, it's kind of like it still ends on. It's weird, right? Like, arguably the game ends on a sad note.
Oh yeah.
Tilda was just trying to, you know, be weird to you.
I mean, she was in Lesbians with you.
Yeah, I got stuff to say about her character arc. Like I said, I don't really get if this is like she's supposed to be like, you know, your weird stepmom, or actually supposed to be going for the thing, like, because like her dialogue is very strange to Aloy, talking about Liz and Elizabeth and stuff. We can get into that later, but like, okay, you had to kill her because, you know, we have to de-escalate the sequel. We got to get rid of all them God Immortals. They're all dead now. But you do get Silence back, which is cool, after Aloy just straight up tells him, hey, I don't care what the world-saving situation is. If you fuck with me again, I will take time out of my day to kill you. I appreciate how Aloy has evolved to a character where she's just like, I do not give a fuck. And you do get Beta back. Beta is briefly kidnapped in Gemini, and that's what Lucky was talking about. Like, Gemini is the second act twist inside the second act game. There you're just like, damn, well, I can't stop.
Yeah.
But like, so, you know, there's camaraderie, there's, you know, sisterhood and stuff and all that stuff, you know, found family, blah blah blah. But like, you had to let Hephaestus go to escape. Gaia has to like reboot a little bit, like not fully, but at the very least, if you talk to her like in the post game, because there's actually playable post game in this one, and it makes sense. Mm-hmm. You talk to her, and she's like, "Yes, hold on, I need to reboot my heuristic matrix for solutions and stuff." So the biosphere is still fucked in like 4 months. And also, you know that there's like a literal existential threat hurtling towards Earth that is very angry, and will presumably stay angry even if you let them know everybody it's angry at is dead already.
Well, it's what happens when you basically take the mind of all the greediest fucking corporate shills on America, put them in a box, a dark box, and just leave them alone for who knows how fucking long.
Yeah.
They're a little mad, in like multiple
also,
sense of the word.
Great theme naming. I don't know if they intentionally did it this way, but calling it Nemesis, which is the Greek goddess of revenge.
Oh yeah.
Subtle.
I mean,
subtle.
I mean, it's an AI, basically. Yeah. You know,
it's also not really subtle. Like when Aloy and Beta find the like scans or whatever, this thing hurtling towards our solar system, it's depicted as like a tiny angry red ball of lines,
just screaming in space constantly.
Yeah, so like I said, it's got a big hook for the second game. You're not back to square one. You know, Gaia is shown missing only 2 modules at the end, Hephaestus and Hades.
Yeah, so you got the Apollo module back. Yay.
Yeah. Yeah, so you got Apollo back when you took over the Far Zenith base. So like, this means that our you know, our relative tribe's sophistication can go up and all that stuff. You know, you unite the Tanakh and you take care of the rebels. Silence will dismantle his little, you know, conspiracy thing to come help you. You've got friends with all the major tribes. But also, I gotta say, Lucky, you know, to not to be you know, too brash about it, but who you think they're gonna kill in Game 3 so you can visit their grave?
Oh god.
We're 2 for 2, and it hurts every time. Yes, no, that's the big sag at Gemini, is that one asshole who is also a boss fight, thankfully, takes out poor Varl. And it's not like Varl goes out like a bitch or anything. Like, he's trying. Though I did think he had a giant knife in his belt. He didn't try, but it wouldn't have worked anyway. But like, it sucks.
They really set him up too as like your best boy, like this entire game too, just to take him out at the end. I'm just like, why you do this?
Well, I think the idea is, like, thematically, like, when we start the game, because, like, teamwork and all that stuff, and legacy, arguably, that's literally, you know, how the Quen work. We talk about the legacy. Like, those are big sub-themes, so I think the idea is, like, Aloy's trying to do it alone. She can't do it alone. She gets her ass kicked doing it alone, right? And then Varl shows up, and Aloy still wants to try and do it alone, and Varl's like, yo, Aloy, you can't do that. You're gonna die. Like, listen, I know I just found a cool fly, honey, but you're gonna die, and I can't abandon you because we're the same tribe or something. And also, you know, you're saving the world and stuff. So Varl takes it on himself to, like, distribute focuses, settle people into the base, find your allies, get your friends back.
Honestly, I kind of always thought that Varl was kind of treating Aloy as a substitute for his sister.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the vibe. They have a conversation about that. Well, and that's kind of like, I think talking about our, like, found family sub-themes is like, that's the big thing before Gemini, right, is, and presumably why Varl hangs out with Beta so much, but, like, Beta has one of her big freakouts, and you have to, like, go down to the basement and talk to her and just be like, now, Beta, listen, it'll be okay, all right? Like, I know we're different, but, you know, we can still, like, be cool together, and then, like, yo, did we it's like one of those, like, yo, did we just become sisters? Yeah. You know, they hug it out, so it works out. And I think that's also part of it. Family, like I said, is another hugely recurring theme. How many fucking NPCs do you run into that have, like, kids or grandkids or parents or brothers and sisters and shit, right? Like, it's all over the place. So I think the game does a very good job of tying its themes together. I'm sad about Varl, but, you know, he managed to score at least once before he died. So, we'll have to deal with... Well, actually, I don't even know, because the next game's got... They can't do Hephaestus off-screen, right?
No.
So that means the next game's got to be within the next 3 months, so...
Well, when you think about it, the second game didn't actually take that long after the original game. It was like 6 months, I believe.
I think it was about a month. Varl says in the beginning he's been chasing Aloy for about a month. Though that's not accounting for, like, a couple of times Aloy's, like, returning places or being passed out or whatever. So yeah, it's a couple of months. And I think it kind of, like, retroactively explains why there's no post game in the original. Like, you reset to before the final quest because... And I don't know if they intended it this way, but it is an explanation for what happens in, like, the narrative that Aloy immediately that night, you know, smoke bombed and went to go do the thing you see in the end credit. But yeah, so, like, just the fact that to keep the pressure on, even though we're in a huge sprawling open world game where there's absolutely no pressure because you have so many tiny errands to do. Anyway, to keep the narrative pressure on, the time frame for, like, the biosphere is still fucked has been pretty short, so... Maybe that'll be the conclusion of Game 3, as we get to meet Varl Jr. The bestest boy or girl. But yeah, like, so, I think the narrative, like, hits some strong themes, it hits your emotional beats. Like I said, you spend a decent amount of time with Tilda, and it's really... You get weird vibes, and I believe that's intentional, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like, well, it's a weird relationship.
Like, these people have been alive for, like, 10,000 years. I don't expect their perspective to be anything like...
Yeah.
And...
I mean, you have to take her word for it, but Tilda mentions that some of the people on the Far Zenith mission were not complete assholes. Like, she knew tech guys and bioscientists. The Las Vegas guy, right?
Yeah, Stanley Chen.
Yeah, was supposed to be pretty cool.
One of the best.
He recreated his Vegas virtually, because that was our big sub-theme, is the Far Zeniths lost their humanity because they retreated into perfect VR worlds as opposed to whatever shit with their colony. And they even tried to make an AI using their brain backups to, you know, work on that. And the reason why they had brain backups is because some of them were determined for perfect immortality. But anyway, there's a lot of, like, talk about their, like, vanity and stuff in there. Oh, neat, you can redo the boss fights, too.
Oh, yeah.
Well, actually, I don't know if that makes any sense. Because I don't know if this game makes sense.
This game does not make sense, by the way.
Okay. All right, fair enough. I was gonna be like, I don't know how that works in continuity, and then I was like, wait a minute, what continuity? This game is weird. You can fight a giant Chaos Knight while wearing an unironic fedora hat. It doesn't make any goddamn sense. You're getting a little boobled though.
A little.
But yeah, like, so story-wise, the game is good. I always thought, like, the Tilda thing was a very interesting relationship. That whole...
Oh, no!
Did
face!
you, Lucky, did you actually, like, do the optional objective to, like, check out all the artwork and stuff?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, talking a lot about, Rembrandt and Vermeer and stuff.
You know, there's a lot of themes of you know, authenticity versus like real versus fakes, because that's what Tilde was famous for. Was she developed a system to
Yeah, she developed a like AI algorithm to predict fake art pieces, find them, find forgeries. And also just the themes in some of the artwork she's got. Boy, howdy, does she have a lot of art pieces about, you know, existential despair and turmoil and stuff.
Yep.
Like, she's ultimately an antagonist. I don't want to say, though, that she's, like, a villain, per se. It's clearly she's self-motivated for her own weird, you know, I'm literally like 1,000 years old, y'all, reasons. But I do think she genuinely did, you know, care about Elizabeth, and probably her big regret is that she, you know, left her behind on Earth. But also, she's not exactly not a meanie pants, because she, like, says she was looking out for Beta with closing the channel, but I feel like, at least the way Beta tells it, the reason why she stopped talking to Beta is because she realized that Beta's way too sheltered and fucked up to be like Elizabeth.
Yeah.
So there's some interesting character dynamics. I kind of feel like it's interesting that I guess it makes sense for her to wrap around to be quote unquote the final boss.
Oh yeah.
Which, by the way, I beat the final boss after one of the patch updates, where they said that they noticed it was easy to miss scanning the final machine to get that trophy, so they changed it. Now Aloy has a bit of dialogue where she just says, this machine's weird, it's tough, I better scan it first. Even though you absolutely don't need to do that to defeat it. So you can get your trophy. But, like, she's the Far Zenith that is arguably the most characterized.
Yeah.
Like, Eric is literally just a murder thug. And
Yes.
while it's very satisfying for Zoe to stab him in the back, echoing the line with Varl, he's still just a weird guy. That fucking... Oh, God, what did Tilda call her? She said herself was a life influ... I mean, it's very much a take on, like, just being, like, an Instagram influencer or a TikToker or something, where you just make weird videos on the internet and inherit a lot of money. Like,
Yeah.
she's a weird, like, already rich girl making even more fame off social media or whatever. Anyway, she gets exploded by Silent's weapon, has literally no character. Even Gerard? Gaspard? He starts with a G. I don't even know his name. G-Man. He's so bland. He's just like, meh, corporate buzzwords, meh. Man, I'm here with all of my my stupid-looking flying friends.
Nah, we're so invincible. Oh no, my hubris.
Yeah, literally, oh no, my hubris. I get to watch all my coworkers get eaten by dreadmaws and slaughter spines. Festus is mad.
No.
Anyway, I'm gonna fly away, and then he gets roasted like off screen so that Tilda can do her like backstab reveal. Like I think it kind of works because, like, arguably for the bulk of the work you have to do, it's like Regala and Silence are the antagonistic characters. The Zeniths just kind of exist almost like a force of nature, which is arguably kind of like how the antagonists of Horizon generally feel. Like, Hades isn't a guy you can punch, right?
Right.
So, like, I think it kind of fits the mold, but it's a little weird when you do actually meet Tilda and you're like, oh shit, these are all, like, human beings who had, like, reasons why they did stuff, and probably the reason why they're so fucking evil is they've been living really fucked up lives for, like, 1,000 years. And also maybe have some PTSD from their weird colony exploding. By the way, I would say the smart thing is we need to keep that shuttle and that spaceship because in an emergency, we can always leave anyway. Don't leave now. Save leaving for later. Reunite all the Gaia bits, get Hephaestus back, and then prepare a backup plan. Backups are your backups, y'all. But yeah, Lucky, do you have anything while you're, smashing spider webs with an axe?
Yes.
Do you have anything about the plot you couldn't say, like, last week you want to talk about the game?
Let me see here.
I still have some thoughts about mechanic, but...
No, story-wise, no, I don't necessarily have anything much to say.
Okay.
I think you basically got most of my thoughts. I do think it's, like... I do want to, like, comment on the fact that I do think it's a little weird, like, on how weird the escalation got.
Yeah, it's very escalating.
Like, the game basically, like, in the first game, you start off as, yonder Nora outcast, shunned by your entire village, trying to prove yourself. That's step one. And then the cards just show up, and you're just all like, what the fuck? And,
Yeah, Aloy kind of like, she goes from, like, outcast to brave, and then basically to seeker. They're like, go forth and figure out what the fuck that was!
Yeah, and, like, and all throughout that, you start understanding, a little bit about technology, a little bit about the world. Am I going the right way? No, I think I'm going the wrong way. About the world. But the threat never really escalates beyond, what's already there, Like, shoot, like, really early...
Well, go ahead.
Really early, like, one of the bosses was just one of the corruptors where you first get your override, while, Hades' influence wasn't, necessarily clear the entire time, it still was something that was omnipresent,
Yeah. And the final boss fight is, oh no, Hades is going to go to the Minerva Comms Tower, and he's going to reactivate the Pharaohbots, and we're going to get Apocalypse 2.0, right?
Yeah.
Aloy has discovered she is the chosen one. She is meant to avert Apocalypse 2.0, but Apocalypse 2.0, or 5.0 technically, as Hades reveals later, but you know what I mean, is going to happen. Oh no. And then you punch his giant robot ball, and you stab him, and you're like, it's done, cool. But Gaia still exploded, so I guess I gotta fix that.
Yep.
Why everything's going weird. And that's why I think Frozen Wilds is very important, actually, because it also sets up the fact that while Hephaestus isn't as malicious as Hades, like, Hephaestus is definitely like, no. My machine project is not working as intended. These humans are fucking with these machines. We gotta do something about that, right?
Right.
And arguably, Hephaestus is, like, way more wily than Hades ever was.
Oh, yeah, no, he decentralized himself,
Well, yeah, and he actually, like, creates new devices. Hades' extinction plan is just, well, guess I'll activate those extinction machines that already existed. I assume it's probably a scale limitation, but I'm kind of glad he never gets a Horus back online.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I'm kind of like, I kind of want to see what those motherfuckers look like. Just like, what do they do? Just like, kind of like kaiju their way across the landscape, tentacle at a time.
That's what I'm feeling.
Because those fuckers are big.
I mean, clearly that's what we're going to have to do, is we're going to have to reactivate the Horuses to basically space laser the fucking Nemesis thing. Because here's the thing, like, I know, like, Nemesis is coming, we know it's a bunch of AIs, but what the fuck is it traveling in?
Spaceship.
Spaceship?
They have access. They mentioned a printer, so they have access to some pretty advanced fabrication technology. And when you see it in their base in the cutscene, it looks like they just have a giant pool of, like, nano goo that they can just smush molecules together to make whole ass giant robots, right?
Super fighting robots.
Unfortunately, G-Man exploded our only one, so that plot hook is gone. But maybe we'll be able to replicate it. We've got Euleithia back, we've got Apollo back, we got shit to do.
Yeah, but that's the problem. The problem with that, though, is, like...
Well, I mean, let's So, actually, I think this is a good point about some of the stuff you talk about the escalation. I feel like the third game, we have to get away from our you're just a spear girl in a spear world. Like, you can't make that the whole crux because we have to fight an evil extraterrestrial intelligence coming to murder us all with super technology. Like, we have to up our tech game somewhere.
Well, and that's the problem with that is, on an individual basis, that's pretty easy. Like, you can talk to a person and probably convince them that, you know, we got to do these things. Trying to convince, you know, entire groups of people, that gets hard. Especially when it comes to educating. Because...
Yeah, I mean, the Apollo system has tools in place. I assume it will rig stuff.
Well, and also, you also got to remember that the Apollo, the system was to, like, built to educate people up to a certain point, and then Apollo was supposed to take over after that.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of people...
But now that they've got both those systems, I think they can, like, figure stuff out.
Yes, but they're not going to be able to basically shove a basic education to someone in a few months, especially people operating on a hunter-gatherer.
Legendary Boss Hunter talked about, apparently, Gaia says in the post-game, we've got a year before Nemesis shows up. And
a year. Actually, a year could probably do it, honestly. Like with...
I mean, like you said, it's not going to be universal. Like, some tribes are not going to buy into this system.
Yeah.
But others will. You know, like the Tanakh, they're already pretty respectful to the old ones. I expect, like, with Alva as kind of our, like, Quen counterpoint, we're probably going to get, like, more movement on their front, right? Like, because they've got this Imperial system and they've got the Diviners and stuff, but also, you know...
I mean, I think the Quen are going to honestly be the hardest because they have their forbidden and lost truths.
Yeah.
And they're all about, you know, hiding things that they don't like.
Yeah, but we at least have Alva as, like, our route to, like, okay, so she knows that shit's got to change. Like, that could even be a, like, major plot point act of the game is like, hey, the Quen have a lot of lost data and a lot of, like, sophisticated tech and understanding. We need to get them on board with this, even though this normally breaks their rules because they're, you know, tech savvy and we need that, right? Like, I mean, you know, judging from, like, Silence and some of the Banuk we've met and just the fact that he had, like, Oseram rebels with him, right? Like the Sons of Prometheus. By the way, also, I want to throw this out there. I figured it out late, but hey, did you guys realize that all those like early like state of play gameplay demos and stuff, you know, E3 style demos, were all a fucking lie?
Yeah.
None of that stuff happens in the game. You don't have to rescue Erend, at least not in that way. He's mostly just chilling, and he never goes out to like the Frisco territory. Hell, I think on that beach, because that beach does exist. I'm pretty sure that beach is actually in the Quen area. But that was all just so that they could show you the big shiny set piece that isn't until like the very last bit of the game.
Like I said, it was just a tech. It was a demo.
Yeah, it was a tech demo. I mean, like all the stuff they showed you was true, all like the mechanical things, but just the like story content and suggested placement of characters was just not.
I do believe actually in the credits they actually do mention something about the demo version. They like credit people who were doing the demo version and whatnot. So I'm pretty sure that's what it was the, you know, quote unquote demo. Sahagin.
But yeah, it is interesting you brought up the global need for tech advance. I was mostly talking about the personal need. Like I get that this game has a lot invested to like, hey, Aloy's just one chick and she's good at what she does, but like she can't defeat these vast robot dinosaurs without brains. But it's like, we're gonna do like sequel escalation. We need to like up our personal power level a little, okay? Or are we just gonna have Aloy like sneak around and plug into everything? I guess that kind of works, but it just feels like at some point we kind of need to get past the point where like, oh, Aloy, like physically, I think the game treats Aloy as kind of like fragile.
I don't think so, because, again, most of the threats that Aloy does deal with is on a personal one-to-one scale. Like, even if you say, you know, the Nemesis AI is coming, it's like, it's not like it's actually going to, you know, plant its, you know, giant robotic butt on the planet and be like, Aloy, fight me. And you're going to be like, well, I just have a spear. It's like, no, what Aloy's probably going to have to do is go around, you know, to several tribes and be like, all right, we need to make guns. Big guns. And
I mean, you know, at the end it's gonna be like assuming direct control and it's gonna form a giant tentacle monster you have to fight because that's
Yeah.
how the game works.
yeah,
But
but
yeah,
like
I don't know. Like I said, I'm thinking of like because of this escalation, the player has to escalate too. Like just gameplay, the player has to escalate because at some level it's gonna like. I feel like even in this game it starts to feel like a little ludicrous. So, like you're just like I'm just a chick with a spear and a bow, and I gotta like stop these weird space guys with force fields. I also wonder if the force field thing was like a little bit like Gorilla being like, "Oh, you thought the OP as fuck shield armor was cool. How do you feel like it when the bad guys have OP as fuck shields?" Yeah, I don't know. It's just I feel like there's a real. I'm not gonna say it's guaranteed. I feel like there's a real danger that we're gonna cross over to a line where this whole concept gets goofy, which isn't what they're going for, right?
I don't know, like again, because we can't necessarily, you can't like even with like you say that, what do you want? Do you want Aloy to be, you know, all of a sudden wearing power armor, wielding guns, you know, gunning down robots in the jungles or something?
I mean, I wouldn't mind a pinpoint gun type weapon, but I mostly want that to hunt small animals. But no, like I think it's interesting that we see like she gets the we had the shield armor, right, and then she lost the power cells. That's canon.
Yes.
But then we have the glider, but doesn't shield. It's called the shield wing, but it doesn't shield you.
Yeah.
But I think that they could like probably work with that to do like. You know, actually like blocking or parrying in melee, which we talked about that a couple of times is like necessary.
Like,
I don't know if it needs to necessarily be like full blown like powered armor, but like
I mean, I wouldn't like. I hate to cut you up. I do want to say this. I wouldn't mind if I actually got armor plates like enemies got to have.
Yeah, no, some of that. Yeah, enemies have armor that does like damage resistance stuff. They wear hats that do things.
Mm-hmm.
But I think mostly it's just like we've talked about, like fighting giant robots or even fighting human enemies sometimes, because those motherfuckers can parry, which is annoying. But like, it's not. It doesn't feel like a fair fight a lot of the time, because if enemies like touch you, they start to slap you around. But enemies don't necessarily react the same way. Like.
Well, honestly, what I think would probably be the best for escalation is if the override system was much more in your favor.
Yeah, I think that's the key thing. Like, it doesn't necessarily have to be personal to like Aloy herself, but like I said, personal to the player. Like I feel like the player needs more agency if we're gonna like not reach ludicrous levels, or alternatively, they just go full blown Dark Souls and be like, "No, it's hard. Fuck you." But,
like the thing, like with the first one is, when you override something, you can upgrade it enough that it's just permanent. Now, you necessarily don't get a lot of dudes because your overrides are not the strongest.
Yeah.
But, like, it's one of those things of, like, even if it's, like, on a personal one-to-one scale, like, level, like, they were talking about, you know, Regala having, like, permanent control and override. I'm like, why can't we do, like, a fucking, like, Mass Effect 3, you know, planetary readiness scale and just be all like, yeah, no, we're just gonna start collecting you know, giant dinosaurs, and fuck, maybe you just have an ability to just summon a fucking Thunderjaw that, you know, just gets fucking dropped by a fucking Storm Eagle onto your position. I mean, that could be fun.
Yeah,
that'd be
and I think that's because like they show you a little bit with like flying mounts. Flying mounts are in the game. It's really cool. I love it. Like I said, I actually took a detour after doing that whole quest to just call my Sunwing, have it fucking dive bomb pick me up because it's rad as fuck, and just like, there's some quests that literally only unlock when you can fly. Let's go take, you know, 20-30 minutes and do those. And I think that system has some room to be improved. You can't do any combat on back, right?
Yep.
Even though the aim button and the weapon wheel are completely free. So you could probably make that work. Also, I pointed this out. You are riding a Sunwing canonically, which, you know, has a big plasma face on it. Trust me, I know. I had to kill enough of those guys.
Also likes to pick up rocks in Hero Club.
Yeah. And that's kind of a thing. I think you can, because Aloy says it might be handy for later, I think you can still, like, fly over Horuses and get power cells to drop. I don't know why the fuck you would need to do that, but...
Yeah, I don't know either.
It's a cool concept, right? And if they want to expand... First of all, like I said before, I think I said this unless I kept you on air, but, like, I really hope to gosh next game they give that, maybe not right away, but they give that to you way earlier.
Mhm.
Just because it's really cool and it deserves more action, because by the time you get it, other than like the couple of quests they wrote where it's mandatory you have to fly, you don't really get a lot of opportunity to do anything with it. Like, you have a big cool moment, it's really rad. And certainly if you hadn't done a lot more bonus content, like I was able to quickly, find some extra settlements and stuff, or float to some places I'd never been to. But it's not really super involved, I still did it for kicks because it's rad, but it's not required. But they need to give it to you earlier. Like I said, they need to actually put some combat in it. You brought up a good thing of they need to make it so you can do mounting underwater.
Yep.
Because yeah, some of the underwater segments are pretty cool. That one vista you do that's underwater, where they're the angle is wrong. Oh, the building is. Let's check the building underwater, and you go into the water to find it. I was like, oh, this is neat. This is actually using the fact that we can go underwater and use 3D stuff. But God, you're slow underwater.
Yeah.
You're faster than fish if you sprint, but actually doing anything underwater is kind of slow. So being able to grab a burrower, or I don't know, give me a robot penguin, a robot shark.
I mean, I can see using a burrower like a fucking personal propulsion device.
Yeah, as a little diver vehicle, I guess that works too. But yeah, just something that can get us some action in there. Also, I don't know. I think a good tech advice would just be, I was asking for this and did not get it in this game. Let me mount combat machines. You kind of did it with bristlebacks, because those guys are pretty tanky. But Regala gets her rebels get tremor tusks and shit. Maybe not every machine, but I would love to be able to ride a Thunderjaw, right?
Oh yeah. And
command its weapons. And that would be a good way to do that thing I talked about, where I feel the player needs to escalate their power to match the threat. Because
yeah, I don't think that well, again, I do want Ayla to actually have armor,
yes, and be able to block with the shield, please.
Block with the shield. And again, I think I complained about this, a crafting system that makes me make the weapons I want, because again, the game tries to be oh, you can play your way, but I'm just yeah, no, I have to play your way because these are the weapons that you have given me.
Yeah, it is really play your way, but also it's not, because what gear you get is almost randomized by what order you do quests in.
Yeah.
I just randomly, my first ever rope caster, I just got a purple canister caster from just some dude. And I was oh, this is sick. I love this. But, I didn't get one by default, and I didn't have to buy one. I didn't even see them in a lot of places. It's, kind of some of that's intentional. The rope caster is not as OP as it was in the first one. It's still pretty good. You had a lot of success with it, but there's still some stuff going on there. But, yeah, I talked about this, right? I wanted to do, actually finish upgrading my, legendary armor and shit, right? And, get all my cool weapons and do all the arena challenges, but it's just so long and tedious, and farming Apex materials and stuff, and it's not a huge pain in the ass, but I did realize with a couple of enemies, the way components are handled is not universal. I talked about this. Some components, to get the pieces, you need to not destroy them. Which can be hard on its own right. If you ever wanted to get sacks from Fire Claws or Frost Claws or Bellowbacks, where the sacks are their primary weak points that are really hard, it's an extra challenge. But also you can just accidentally blow those components off because your weapons are not universally accurate. Depending on what gun you're using, you can get a little bit of wibble. Yeah. God help you for using a warrior bow. So you can accidentally fuck yourself out of gear, and when you're dealing with robots that are huge and HP tough and only spawn one at a time, that's just adding extra farm time. I accidentally shot a Slitherfang I was hunting in the face, or the throat technically, where his Earth Grinders are. You need a shitload of those. So I had to farm 2 more Slitherfangs because, oops, I hit him in the face where I didn't want to hit him because he's just so gosh darn wiggly. And then there are things that you have to hit, you have to shoot off precisely, but guess what? Enemies are also fucking wiggly. I was hunting for fucking Dreadmaw Fangs, and when they're under something, you can usually knock one off, but then he starts floating around and he won't hold his goddamn head still, and it's just guys, I know you want to like add all this depth to this crafting and for all these different weapons you introduced, but did you need to? Did we need to make it so complex? Like, I think, like you said, the crafting your own weapons and armor and like picking your own traits, because the traits are really good. Like, I think I mentioned this before. I got like Silent Strike like 5 off like some legendary Utaru Sneaky Pants armor.
Mm-hmm.
And that means you can actually like drop machines you can't normally drop with Silent Strike. So like, yeah, that was cool. That was like, getting endgame gear felt endgame worthy, but maximizing my use of it was really tough and just added extra hours that didn't really need to be there.
Oops, I forgot to get the key.
You know, because the game has story blocks you can't do. Like, you can't do certain quests until you clear out certain main story stuff. You know, some quests are straight up not possible until you can fly, that kind of thing. Like, I don't think they needed to add the, like, make work effect of, like, and now go out of your way to hunt these rare machines. Only some of them you can't control when they spawn, because you just gotta, like, farm a spot a couple of times to get Apex machines, but then they go away after a while. They don't always stay there. Trust me, I know. I found my, like, 1 Dreadmaw spawn, and I kept trying to farm it for Apex Dreadwing hearts. Whitebond Dreadwing. It's, the names are very confusing for non-sort robots sometimes. And even if they're normal, they're just like fucking Tide Rippers, man. Like, you get 1 at a spawn and you need like 3 Tide Ripper fins, and it's like, okay, guess I'm just gonna spend like 4 fast travel packs to do this, because there's no easier way to hunt things. And there are a couple of systems, like there are resources you can kind of use to get around this, like trading black boxes or metal cubes to salvagers. But even those are like limited resources, and the merchants are limited in what they give you, right? So it's not a clean solution. It's just like, it's a little bonus. Sometimes you're like, shit, I need 3 Thunder Draw Tails. And then you're like, oh wait, there's a merchant right here. I only need 1 more, because I can buy it. But it's so complicated and finicky if you want to do all of it, and you don't want to do all of it because there's so many goddamn weapons and armor and everything.
Oh yeah, and no, you think you find one, like, again, like, the game, like, you know, if you know the game is going to be giving you higher rarity weapons, you don't necessarily feel like you want to spend time working on the lower rarity weapons, because then that's, you know, every time you upgrade your weapon, you're going to have to do it again, and you're just like, oh.
And the game does give you higher rarity weapons, but sometimes, at least when you're going in blind, you don't know when that'll be. Like, sometimes you'll stumble into a merchant who's got something good, and then other times you'll just be doing a quest, and you just get handed, like, a purple piece of gear, and you're like, well, shit, this is really good. Why am I invested in this other thing? And it's weirdly paced. I think I've said this before. When you get to the higher-end gear, it feels appropriately high-end, but the process of getting to that gear and then upgrading that gear is again, kind of tedious and complicated. I think just picking your own traits and then, like, make it so that farming the components picks the traits, right? Like, say you want to get, you know, frost damage on your weapon, right?
Right.
Make it so you have to, like, get frost claws, or, you know, you have to shoot off shell snapper bolts and get, you know, chill canister. Like, make it so to make the weapon have the things you need to hunt those kinds of machines, right?
Right.
That seems a little bit more logical than just, oh no, to upgrade your thunder armor, you need Apex Tremor Tusk hearts for some reason? I mean, like, some levels are like, get Thunder Jaw Tail, and you're like, okay, that makes sense. And then you get past that one and you're like, why the fuck do I need Tremor Tusks? So there's like there's definitely room to grow in that aspect, and that I think is where the most of the hang-ups are. Like, the story beats are pretty good. It's mostly the mechanics are just like sometimes a little complex, and I want to say like soupy. Like, it's not necessarily bad, but you can get lost in them and get a little bogged down, and it's not a clean experience. Most of the systems are good. It's just there's a lot there, and you can get lost in them.
No, like, I do think there's, like, definitely a couple missed opportunities in the game, and then some of the mechanics, like the big one, like the 2 big one to me is the shield wing. We get to use it as a glider, and even though we get one broken, but despite us, you know, constantly running into dudes that have them, we have no ability to, you know,
or the fact that those things are made from shield wing parts, which you have to collect to upgrade certain pieces of gear.
Yeah, I know. Like, I don't necessarily like. I wouldn't mind, you know, getting one broken, but I wouldn't like. I think it'd have been best if words best if you could have fixed it at some point, and it did give you the ability to, you know, block or parry or both.
Yeah, like as a block, you know, it's a very easy mechanic. I can see it in my head. Aloy just pops the shield and crouches, kind of like enemies do, and then like maybe it'll absorb melee attacks and ranged attacks, which can be kind of tedious to avoid. And you know, maybe it starts out blue and it gets a little purple and it turns red, and then it fails, and you gotta wait for it to charge up or something. And maybe they thought that would be like too much like UI stuff, but like
it might have.
I don't know. There's already a lot of clutter and inventory management. I would much prefer the ability to like actually resist damage, where Aloy's decent at dodging, but it's all just like it's dodge or nothing. You don't even have like the elemental resist potions, which were like super OP in the first game, are taken out.
Yeah, they work.
So like you can't do that strategy as much. I do think I appreciate that the cleanse potion is fucking bonkers. Oh, Aloy, are you on acid and your bones are broken? Drink this potion, you'll get better. I don't know what the little bone break symbol does, but it means something.
I think I forgot what it was. There's a lot of debuffs that I'm not entirely sure.
There's a lot of debuffs, and there's a lot of elemental damages. Also, like, streamline that one a little bit.
I mean, you know, I'm, like, again, like, I kind of wish they actually explained, like, what some of those debuffs were, because I still don't know.
And it's not like well, actually, that's not entirely true. The food system, which I did not get super deep on, but does exist, like, does actually give you some, like, reverse of those, right? Some buffs. And that, I think, is, like, a cool system, and I assume that's supposed to replace the, like, the way those potions work, because, like, a lot of the food you can get, like, gives you shitloads of, like, extra HP and stuff. Or gives you, like, really fast HP regen. I think part of the problem was that, like, you couldn't cook yourself.
Yep.
And different cooks in different places had different recipes. Like, everything is, like, stratified. Like, you gotta go to the right guy to get a thing. And on the one hand, yes, you can craft fast travel packs and you can carry, like, 50 of them. But there's no golden fast travel pack anymore. I mean, you can fast travel for free between campfires, but, like, that's still, you gotta, like, go to a campfire, open a separate menu, and do it. And you don't necessarily go, like, easily to the place you need to go. Like, actually, yeah, let's just say that. That's the thing I think that really all this needs is just, Aloy needs to be able to do more shit on her own. If we get access to, like, higher tech fabrication and stuff, you can already get to a workbench to upgrade. Aloy should be able to, like, make her own weapons and armor and, you know, cook her own food. You can make, you know, smoke bombs and potions on the road. Why can't I, you know, cook a scorpion skewer? Why do I gotta buy it from a guy? You're literally introduced by cooks by helping out a guy who is like, Aloy, you're the best. You can eat for free anytime. Like, you can't teach me how to make good food? But it's definitely, like, a lot of these little complexities. But yeah, I think you said there were a couple things you thought were missed?
Yeah, the other one was the pool caster. I like the pool caster. It bugs me that it's mostly used for pulling crates and just crawling up walls. I thought it'd been, like, super cool if at some point you could use to grapple yourself to enemies or bring enemies to you. I mean, because it's a motorized pulley. Yeah,
they mostly just use it, like you said, for sliding box puzzles, which, you know, like, that's an innovation, but also are a little clunky sometimes, very rigid. Popping vents, which is okay, and then for climbing. But for climbing, it's not like it's a special thing. It's just when you see the button, you jam X. And you can, speaking of, like, pullcastering yourself to things, I love this, but it's the only place you see it. You can pullcaster yourself to your Sunwing mount.
Yeah.
Like, if it's just flying around you, you can just be like, you don't even have to call it. You can just be like...
Yeah, no, because when you call it, it stays in a circling pattern.
Yeah. It hangs around.
Yeah.
And that's definitely, like... And that could be, like, maybe that's how you, like, get certain enemies mountable, is, like, you pullcaster to the top. And then you're like, all right, I'm on it. I will now override. I'm on top. There's a lot more you could do there. That would definitely work with, like, maybe manipulating, like, human enemies, right? Or small enemies to be like, oh no, person with a bow who's constantly running away from me and dodging. What if I stuck you with my rope caster and did a full get over here? that could definitely be a thing. I think they were probably maybe they were a little dubious about that because it did seem to be some conscious decisions to make the ropecaster not quite as strong as the first game, so they didn't necessarily want to like go to them one step forward, two steps back.
Yeah, maybe.
Still, I think that's a detail they could have done. You know, gosh, there was something when you mentioned the pullcaster. There was something else about that I was thinking of, but I remember now.
Sick.
You also mentioned like the fact that in the first game you could, you know, do your overrides on any machine for longer and stuff, and like,
well, infinitely if you upgraded it all the way.
Yeah, and that's kind of lost in this one. Like, I bought all the skills. You can't go quite that far. I mean, I'm pretty sure the duration gets pretty long if you can pick some Machine Master armor. So that shit is all, like, late game. I didn't start seeing that until, like, I got deep into Noctis territory. But that is something that, like, and, you know, maybe give Aloy, like, a local processing limit or something so she can't, you know, she can only control so many machines at once. But, like, I definitely feel like there's something there for, like, even for just mountable machines, though, like I said, I want more machines to be mountable. Like, the fact that your mount, which is separate, by the way, from your flying mount. Your Sunwing is a separate button, which I appreciate. You can't really, like, interact with your mounts, right? Like, you can get a fucking Claw Strider, an Elemental Claw Strider, as your mount, and they look really cool, and they have some pretty decent attacks. You know, you can get some range on those jumps, but, like, you can't really make them do their elemental attack or in any way. And there is this, like, override programming feature for, like, offensive versus defensive, but you, like, set that once when you do the override, and then you can't fuck with it again. And it's fairly limited. Like, I feel like there's definitely something there for, like, companions in general. Like, I think they did a little bit with your human companions, but the way the game is, I think it would be much more interesting if they could, like, let your machines be a little more permanent with you, and maybe even let you customize them a little. Like, you go to those efforts, right, to, like, craft new overrides, right? What if you could do that to, like, upgrade your parts instead? And that could be something like you gate between, like, the Act 1 thing is like, okay, we gotta box up Hephaestus, so that's, like, a thing you can't do until you do that. Once Gaia has access to the Hephaestus, she's like, all right, Aloy, now all machines are friendly. You know, we can't purge all the machines, so you still have to fight them. But if you override a machine, we can make it permanent, and you can take him to one of my cauldrons and customize your machine, right?
Well, I mean, no, you just send it back to the repair bay, because that's what the fucking, the base is. It's attached to the tower.
Oh, yeah, the base has a repair bay, too, doesn't it? Yeah. It's actually going to be interesting if we stay in the same base. I wonder, because, like, I assume they'd move us to a new map? For some reason? Probably because Hephaestus will be somewhere. We gotta go somewhere different. They'll work that out. They got some time to explain that one.
Clearly,
or they just do the freaky deaky thing and they just glue the two maps together.
Listen, what they just need to do is they just need to fucking re-embrace the multi-disc games. Let's go for 2 Blu-ray discs.
I mean, if you did 2 Blu-ray discs, you got the solid state drive. You could fit them on there. You could fit the whole 2 maps. But yeah, like, just let you, like, customize your machine, send it back, you know, make it painted cool colors.
I want to decorate my machines, yes.
Yeah. And like, actually, like, customize it, and that, like I said, that can be how you feel like you're strong enough to take out this weird ancient, or at least whatever machines it's sending, because remember, it's supposed to be like Spectres times 1 billion or whatever. Like, Nemesis is supposed to be like really scary because it's like super advanced and can be whatever form it wants and other bullshit. And that's how you have, you know, hostile machines that you can't override that are gonna kick your ass and stuff. Is eventually Nemesis shows up and starts making like weird, freaky enemies.
Starts sending fucking. Starts throwing, you know, robots.
Spectre Primes, even weirder shit. They can get more Eldritch, right?
Well, that could be something actually interesting they could do. Like, if they do actually get control of the system, like maybe they go full on, like, it's Return of the Fire War, but except it's your machines versus, you know, Nemesis machines. So so it could be at one point that all of the standard machines are friendly, but now instead of, you know,
yeah.
And then now you have Spectre mobs. And because Spectre mobs are, you know, higher technology, you need to gather that shit so you can improve your own stuff.
That would work. You could kind of bring back, like, corrupted zones, right? Because I assume Nemesis would probably be trying to like hack machines and stuff.
Oh yeah.
And you could use this to explain like certain scripted fights that are done even after you like get Hephaestus back or whatever. Which, like I said, I assume that has to be like the first priority of the game is like much like how the first bit of this game was actually getting the Gaia back, and then you're like,
well,
shit,
again,
Gaia's
I
busted,
do
fix everything.
believe
Like,
Guerrilla has says they do have DLC planned. I don't think they haven't said anything.
yeah, I'm wondering if that's got to do with Elysium that got name dropped, where the Alpha's families were supposed to be hanging out. That got name dropped a couple of times in the game, but we don't actually resolve it, so that might be a thing we go check out what happened there.
So like again, like they introduced Hephaestus in a DLC. If we actually finish the Hephaestus thing in another DLC, I won't necessarily be upset.
Yeah, that's also fair. I mean, I think Aloy would just and Gaia would just be averse to using Pharaohbots to begin with, right? Like that would probably be our last resort, is like reactivate the Horus machines. That's our kaiju-esque escalation of like, much like letting out Hephaestus at the end of this game. It's like that would be the activating the Horuses and stuff would be the third game's thing. I think they got places to go, and generally like mostly where I want them to grow is mechanically, and I kind of hope we don't do the bag of spilling thing again. Like, okay, you can do our weapons and armor or whatever. Like, Aloy packed up a lot of her stuff or something, and we have to like move to a new area to catch Hephaestus or whatever. But like, we should keep the Pullcaster and the Breath Mask and the Glider by default. And then like we said, maybe that your improvement can be like Aloy can like actually get her Glider to be like an arm shield also, and maybe upgrading the Pullcaster is like upgrading its strength, so you can actually do those things we talked about, like pulling machines to you and people and stuff like that. Or you can come up with new traversal bullshit.
Again, I'm hoping again, like what I'm mostly hoping for is, because I kind of like the way I kind of see this is they're talking about like the Quinn Empire, across the ocean. So I would not be surprised if next game for some odd reason we have to cross the fucking ocean for something. Because here's the thing that like this is the through line that the game has done so far is Aloy always starts off as a nobody, and usually throughout the course of the game, they change that. Like in the first game, she was just the outcast and becomes the Savior Meridian. And in the second game, I actually like how they do this. While you're still in where you're in like Karja lands or with the Osram, they'll still be like Savior, but when you go talk to the Tanakh and the Yataru and all that stuff, they're like, who the fuck are you? Until you start kicking some ass and they're like, oh shit, she's the champion. Then you meet the Quinn and they're all like who the fuck are you? And then you find out you're clones of Elysia Silbeck and they're like, ancestor. God damn it. This is something I do not like, is when you broken, you're just gonna die. You're just gonna die.
Yeah, that's something I definitely noticed, that your stamina are pretty gnarly.
Like, it takes you like forever to get back up. And then so like I think it'd be interesting, like you basically got how like for a third game you'd have to remove yourself from basically the Tanakh and the everyone, and you probably can like go across the ocean to the Quinn, who'd be like, and some people be all like, oh, is she an ancestor, is she not? But like no one would fucking know, because hidden and forbidden truths. So I don't know. Yeah. I'm pretty sure they're gonna come up with something that Aloy has to go across the fucking ocean, like return with the Quinn fleet.
Well, return with one of their boats, because you see in the end credit montage that Overseer and Guy fucks off, but Alva stays behind.
Yeah.
And I think like the way they do like the squad, right? Like that's definitely something they will probably keep some of those things, and so some of those guys may come with you to set up a new base and like gather intel and whatever. And that can be kind of like your touchstone, like Aaron's still your boy. He's got a hammer. He's gonna smoosh some specters. Alva comes with you because she's got a sister and a little crush and all those fun things back home you got to go deal with. Also, their anti-flood machine is flooding and stuff.
Yeah,
bad.
Like, cause that's the thing. Like, they talk about a lot of Quinn problems, but like, there's no like resolution for them.
Yeah, so that's probably like, that might be a DLC thing of like, go visit a little map extra, but that feels a little extreme, right? That would probably be like a full-blown map, and that would actually let them do different landmarks and stuff. They could do, you know, continental Asia.
I mean, I wonder how much like Poseidon does. Can Poseidon be all like, you know, you got prevailing conditions the entire way?
I mean, the guy is able to like clean up the blighted waters and stuff. Which, by the way, I did go to the lowlands and do one quest where we talk about the red thing. That's kind of neat, actually. How like I do appreciate that you can basically preemptively solve some problems.
Oh yeah.
Like obviously the red blight, which is due to Demeter malfunction, is like that takes a while to do. But like with Poseidon, it's like, oh no, that actually did something, and you didn't even realize because you didn't go to that part of the map yet. Like, wow, damn. Yeah, I would have no reason to go to that part of the map yet.
That's also the little weird thing because that part of the map is like where all like the highest level stuff is, and it's kind of, well, I guess I guess a person could make it over there. It'd just be,
yeah, it's well, and technically, as far as if you do Ether first, like maybe you would go in there. Yeah, Cluster Raiders are pretty aggressive and powerful. But definitely, like, that, because he, like, is like, if you need to go to the lowlands, you can. That's cool. Like, when you get Hikaru, like, bailed out. So maybe that would give you a reason to explore that way, but you're definitely right that it's leveled differently, though there is a salvage there. Yeah, just give that guy the shank. But yeah, like letting them go across the Pacific to like China, I think it's implied to be. Though it could also be other areas, but definitely like with the having an emperor and a bureaucratic system and stuff, it feels very like Chinese retro, right?
yeah.
Like
Imperial
that could
China.
let them do new things. Like, you know, you'd have the fucking Himalayas, you could have the Gobi Desert, right, and the Taklamakan Desert up in that area. You know, you could have bamboo forests and stuff. Is the Great Wall still there? Probably.
Actually, how much maintenance is actually done on the Great Wall?
I don't think any. I mean, there might be some now within like the past century or so, some people might be like, oh, we need to historically preserve this. But I'm pretty sure nobody's fucked with that wall in a while. Like, I don't know. You could see the fucking wall from space. I bet it's still there. Maybe some machines smooshed parts of it, but it's huge. So that could be right, like that could be like a whole new area for you to explore and kind of tap into like maybe what the greater world was doing. There is that, you know, Leviathan system that you have to do like Alva side quest for. So I think that's probably a decent take on where they might go, and that can give you some different scenery.
Oof, excuse me.
You know, if the you know the islands of Japan are still there, you can get some cherry blossoms in.
I don't know if the islands of Japan are there.
Well, you know, the islands are mountainous, so some of them are there.
Some of them are there, but you gotta remember, a lot of California seems to be underwater all of a sudden.
Well, that I think is just the natural result of the fucking with the sea levels and shit.
Yeah.
And erosion. Like, they show the world map at some point, and I think there might actually, we might have got the ecosystem is so fucked up, we might have gone back to like the pre-human period where like parts of the Southwest are an inland sea again. Like the Gulf of Mexico just goes like inland. Because in case you guys didn't know, during dinosaur times, yes, there was an inland sea that like ran through all that low spot on that side of the Rockies was underwater. I'm pretty sure it's shown in like maps we've seen that Florida is fucking underwater, as it should be. If you do anything to fuck with the environment, this place, most of the state's fucking under the sea level, dude. And that doesn't even matter because also the sea level is also under the ground level a lot too. Like the water table in Florida and South Florida especially is super fucking high. Yeah, there'd be some mountains and stuff, but definitely, I mean, that would be cool if you could like do underwater Tokyo.
Actually, no, I think that'd probably be cool if there's actually, oh man, you can get some fucking Dragon Palace shit going on in there.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty
and
cool.
you could have like, and you could do the classic thing where like, ooh, it's Tokyo Tower. Oh no, it's been destroyed because it's underwater. Like, you can get your landmarks in. I think it'd be interesting. There's a lot of stuff they can do, and this is why, like I said,
Well, honestly, yeah,
I
no,
really hope
like
that
talking
they,
about it, like if they actually really do like improve upon like underwater movement and stuff, no, like an underwater Japan, I think would be fucking great.
And that's definitely, like we said, the fact that they added like full blown, you can just be underwater forever, and full blown flying, like those are neat. They're a little rough around the edges though, and like I would love to see those polished for a third game of like more flying stuff, get flying earlier, be able to do more things while flying, like combat and stuff. And like I think that could actually be like really interesting if you had to do like some flying segments, right? Well, like with your robot pterodactyl and stuff and shoot beams.
Oh, actually, I wonder if they can do it that way. Instead of making it one big open map, they could just do it a series of smaller maps and just have Aloy travel between them by by machine and whatnot. Listen, flying's quick, y'all. You can cover a lot of ground. You can cover a lot of ground over the air.
And I know that from like once you access flying, I'm pretty sure you can, if you like went balls out, you could probably fly end to end on the world map in like 10 minutes max.
Yeah,
probably less than that. I don't know. I didn't clock it, but I should try that. I know that I realized that once I could fly, I realized I hadn't done a couple of like signal towers. Hey, when you can fly, signal towers are stupid easy. You literally just fly to the top, jump off, and then you could jump the fuck off the tower and glide and push your mount button, and your mount is just like, yo fam, I got you. Which is like, that's another really cool things to like go through and pick. But yeah, like it's. I didn't actually talk about the score I would give. I would say like I think like gameplay wise, Forbidden West is like a C+ to me, like a high 7. Like it's good, it's above average. It's got some rough stuff in there that really like detracted and frustrated me at times. And like some of it is just like the inventory stuff. Like you go to craft the next thing and then you look at what's the next level I gotta do. Oh great, I have none of those. Cool, I gotta go hunt machines for like 30 minutes because it's all randomized. And that like, but overall, it's got good to growth. I need to take a break. I've been very hot today, a lot of water, so I'm gonna pause the audio, and I'm gonna leave Lucky to probably field your Strangers of Paradise question while I'll be right back. Axe asked you how many jobs there were.
I'm not entirely sure, but let me see if I can find a. I think because you don't see them all immediately. Like they have to unlock slowly. Because like right now, I can pull up like all the jobs I have. Like
start. So I'll audio audience. I'll leave you for now, and we'll.
Like I think I have all the basic jobs, though. I don't think there's any more of those, but I can't see the job tree until I get to it. You can only level up your jobs at the cubes, as they say, but because there's 3 levels of jobs. There's basic jobs, advanced jobs, and then expert jobs. Thanks, buddy. Man, long range is long range. Yeah, I gotta break a worm's neck. Don't ask me how that works. I should be running into another one here soon. I just gotta remember where. Here? Yes, no, maybe so. Wait, no, I gotta take out worm. Is it? Is it up here? Or did I come from this direction? I don't know. Oh, wait. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. Right here. Whee! Alright, so job trees. So, yeah, we have all... So all the basic ones. So you have Sword Fighter, Swordman, Ronin, Pugilist, Marauder, Mage, Duelist, and Lancer. Then you do a couple of these and you unlock your advanced jobs. Which right now we have Warrior, Knight, Berserker, White Mage, Black Mage, Red Mage. But there's still a few that I think I haven't picked up from there.
Okay, I'm back. I tried to catch some of those in the audio, but I'm sorry if there's a weird cut there.
Let's
The
see.
bathroom splashing water. My face.
So I haven't picked up Berserker yet.
It's a lot of jobs in Final Fantasy.
Yeah, let's see here. I haven't picked
A lot
up
of stuff to
Thief
pull
yet.
from.
And then once you start doing your advanced classes, then you start unlocking things like there's Liberator, Dark Knight. Let's see here. There's Void Knight, Paladin, the classic, Breaker.
But do they have a gun?
No, there's no guns. Honestly, this is one of my big complaints here. Aerial enemies are a fucking pain to deal with because you cannot swing up.
Yeah, I guess the only thing I've seen the game advises you to do with that is play like Lancer and do the throw special move.
That's probably
Just
it.
from playing the demo, I think that's just what I've seen. I would also assume eventually you can become a Dragoon and jump, because that's kind of the fundamental Final Fantasy thing about Dragoons.
Oh yeah, no,
is
like
the
the
jumping?
Dragoon's basic ability is jump.
Okay.
I haven't unlocked it yet. Wait, hang on, where is it? If I go to Lancer, yeah, Dragoon jump. It's a play movie. Yeah, you'll just be like whoop, boop, give him the stab.
Jump. Whee!
So there's a lot of jumps. Unfortunately, I just can't give you a number off the top of my head because this game is not best on its UI.
Mysteries are withheld from you. Also, yes, the UI is a little weird. I played the demo, and I think I talked about this a little on Monday, but I was struggling for a second to figure out how to equip. I didn't realize it was battle settings. That's a weird name for that menu. Normally we call that equipment, I think, Team Ninja. Team Ninja Theory. But yeah, so we've been going for about an hour. You've been grinding away this whole time, but we've got a little bit of a buffer zone since this game is newer. You've been put some time in this. What are your thoughts overall? Like, we talked a lot about gameplay. Like, you showed the demo, and obviously you've been showing gameplay this whole time. But like, general vibes of Final Fantasy Origin.
The thing I want to say I like the game, but again, I'm not hard to please. I'm really not.
That's fair.
But the thing that's been bugging me about this game the most, I think I want to say, is not necessarily the combat or mechanics of that, but the equipment and skills lying under that. Like, hang on one second.
Yeah, you've on Monday on our Uncharted stream, which you should go watch. It's really cool. We get lost in a valley in the middle of nowhere in India for a while. It's great.
Great.
It's rad. You talked a lot about how playing the demo, like, you were a little concernicus because some of the passives and stuff you get to raise your stats in jobs don't seem to carry over when you have to, like, start a new job. And I definitely noticed in the demo, like, immediately you have the fucking 5 billion items issue, like a looter shooter. Like, you are covered in pieces of equipment that will all be incrementally better, if better at all, and you're just showered in them.
Yeah. So give me 1 second here while I level up some things. Because you can actually gain XP for jobs you're not doing right now, just depending on what you have equipped. It's a little weird. All right, so battle settings.
And you do, as Jack, you do have the ability to have 2 jobs at once and hot swap.
Yes. So I run Sage a lot because Sage lets you literally swap between black and white magic at any point, which I'm just like, no, that's useful.
That seems handy, yeah.
It's super handy.
Especially because, like, at least out of the demo characters I saw, is that I don't think any of those guys could be white mage. So
not white mage, no. You do get a black mage. She has a hat.
nice.
But this is the problem.
That means that sounds like it's your job to be the healer.
Well, no, actually, your companions are pretty hardy, honestly.
I did notice that they didn't seem to go down a lot.
Now, the thing that bugs me a lot is as you go up, as you level up, you don't level up Jack. Jack never actually levels up. All your stats is basically based off kind of your job and your equipment. And again, because your equipment is like, this is actually put on a setting that says that I do not actually pick up any, white equipment. I only pick up, 2 to 4 star equipment, because otherwise I would literally be drowning constantly. Literally be drowning. And just how much stuff there is. But let me see here. Wait, no. Yeah, let me do equipment level. Okay, here's equipment level. So right now, my man dude Jack, he is wearing this silver cloak, 4-star rarity, has all these other things. If I go down to Sophia's dragon mail, like just kind of look at the loss of stats there. Like, I'd lose 2 strength, 4 stamina, 2 physical attack, 33 physical defense, and 21 magic defense. So immediately this tells me that your stats are based off your equipment. And I find this to be a bad thing, because again, you go through a lot of equipment, and at no point are you ever like, at first, like, I was trying to keep them with things, keep their sets and right, and I literally threw that out because I'm getting so much stuff and I'm not keeping the same enough stuff that I want, that whatever I'm wearing literally becomes moot. It literally does not matter. Just wear the strongest of whatever I have. The equipment effects are so minute that it literally does not matter. They do not matter. Like, the thing I have here, break damage taken minus 1.3%. That's 1.3%. That is potatoes. That is small change. Status.
Yeah, it seems to be the big thing is because I can see all those percentages are very small. The big thing seems to be certain job compatibility percents might actually matter, because you get more things when your job compatibility is higher with that job. And then, like you said, the core stats.
Like different rarities have, different bonuses and whatnot, but it's still the thing of, my stats are tied to my equipment, so I should just wear the highest thing I have and just wing it. Because, job affinity. The job affinity is actually interesting. Job affinity is basically, if the higher your bonus, you get more passive bonuses. This one here is, Berserker. Why is Berserker on a rogue build thing? I don't know. This is the other problem I have.
I'm pretty sure. I don't know if it's explicitly procedurally generated, but I feel like this is procedurally generated.
Yeah, no.
This is Borderlands with swords before Tiny Tina's Wonderland came out.
Yeah. They just throw whatever thing on it, so, if you're trying to get your Berserker wisdom up, you could literally be wearing, caster gear on your fucking Berserker job, and you're just like, what? It's weird, because, oops, I pushed the wrong button. Here it is. Sorry, I have to actually look at the fucking thing so I can... There we go. Because, these things, will give you, bonuses and all that crazy stuff. And if you get it up high enough, you can, get cool effects. But, good luck doing that, because on keeping, the kind of, keeping, fighter-style gear, because... let me show here. Here's... Actually, can Red Mage use dual disc? They might be... Dual knives? They might be able to. I don't fucking know. But sure, does your monk... Does your punch monk need, dual blades? I'm pretty sure they can, because I'm pretty sure monk is, duelist and pugilist, I believe. It might be. I know, but it's, one of those... It's one of those things that's, Here we go. This is, Actually, Dragon Braces is probably fine, but, Silver Guard, Black Gauntlets, Sandwich Handguards, Wizard Gloves. Yes. Become... Let your wizard gloves, teach you how to punch better.
Wizard gloves. Yeah, it's. I wonder if it's randomized.
It has to be randomized, and the problem with the randomization is, well, actually, I can just quit. I can abandon mission. I'm just futzing around mostly for you guys. Whoops. Yes, Affinity does let XP go to those classes as well. So if you're wearing gear that that's how I've been getting some levels in some other ones is... Yeah, like this, like I haven't actually equipped Berserker at all, but I've been able, because I have that thing that gives me like 78%.
Yeah,
That
you're
lets
getting like bleed over XP.
Yeah.
I mean, that's good.
Yeah.
And maybe that's why the affinity bonuses are on weird gear, so you can like cross train.
That
It just
no, like
we've literally had this conversation about how like we think that Horizon is cool, but its inventory like upgrading and managing is like crazy micromanagey. This feels like it's also we're getting into similar levels of like
it's too hands off. Like here's the thing. Like there is no way to buy or sell items. There's not. You can go to the
no, you can't even sell them. What do you do with all the shit you have? Do
you
just
dismantle
throw it out.
You dismantle it. You dismantle it.
Okay.
I can go here. I can select all. Super useful. I dismantle it all.
Get anything out of this?
Yes, because then you can do the upgrade the special effect, which lets you upgrade the tiny numbers to a slightly bigger tiny number.
Well, I mean, I guess if they could eventually get large, that means there's a reason for this economy. But in general, a lot of this stuff feels tacked on, like the game developers built this core system, and then they were like, shit, there's no way for you to like buy or sell gear. So how do we start with small numbers? How do you get big?
And again, Omega, I wanted to remind you, this is level-based equipment. The moment I get level 49, this thing's kind of fucking obsolete.
Yeah, they're just gonna give you more drops. Yeah. It seems like they've got a weird curve here, and maybe it'll make sense at the end game, but
I mean, once I have like level 99, and I'm just getting level 99 going constantly, I can, play fucking Fashion Frame and, get my affinities. But until I get to that point, there's like no point for me there's no reason for me not just to keep hitting the optimize equipment button and just keep going and going. Like, I've been doing this since like I picked up this game earlier, and I'm just all like, yeah, no, it's fucking. Oh, let me see. I have new abilities. Whirlwind.
And who knows? Maybe that's like because we've talked about this. This game's a little, it's by Ninja. It's kind of a little harder. I played it myself, right? Like we talked about the Corridor Fools. It's kind of a like that's a. I mean, you can circumvent it, as Lucky showed on stream, but that's kind of like a hard gut check in the mechanics of like, hey, can you figure out like blocking and returning enemy abilities and shit? Otherwise, if you can't, you're gonna die. You're gonna die a lot. And like I actually, I brute forced it because I didn't know there was a corridor over there, and like, yeah, this game is supposed to be harder, and it is. It's not quite like Soulsborne style. Like, there's no currency for you to drop. Your max MP goes down a little bit when you die and reset.
Well, I'm not entirely sure about this. What I realized is I think it might go down, but usually what happens when you die is because you've had a break state and you are stuck in place for 5 seconds, so they will just unleash death upon you. If you enter a break state, you just lose an MP bar. You just lose
That's
one.
probably it, because I think they even say that it depends on the difficulty that you lose a little bit of. So, like, mostly it's just, like, there's a little bit of reset, but you can get that back anyway because you've physically been reset and enemies are respawned, so you can just get your MP bars back. So, like, the game is very much got that Soulsborne-style iterative loop. Oh, no, I died. Well, I'm just going to keep throwing myself in this corridor until I, like, figure out the enemy patterns and I grind better gear and whatever, and I improve and I can get more and go again. So, like, I wonder if some of the, like, the way the fashion bits work is, like, either that's supposed to be the reward or that can be, like, one of those self-imposed challenges, like, try and win the game with only, your appropriate build level gear, not just whatever the best bullshit is. And if you want to go through, because there is both a casual difficulty and I think a story mode, like, there's multiple ways you can make this baby mode. If I remember rightly from the demo. If you want to just, cruise control, you can just smash optimize, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, but here's the thing, is when you want to, be careful with your gear. Oh, yeah, no, it's story, action, hard. I'm playing on action right now.
Story. Action, which is just like, hey, you've played like Ninja Gaiden or Devil May Cry, right?
Yeah. Oh, I was gonna make a point about the gear, and I totally forgot what it was. Shit.
Yeah, you were definitely going somewhere, and I don't know where it was though.
Me neither. But what was it?
I mean, just in general, what you've stated is that the gear is definitely like they shower you in loads, and it doesn't all matter. So you just smash optimize and you go forth.
Yeah. Like once I get like high level and I'm not like probably like I don't know actually I don't know how light like have guns. It'll probably become much more of a matter of thing because then I'll be able to start going for things I want and stuff. Trying to specifically get like 4-star high level gear that has the affinity I want because like I said like right now like even like this thing like my like the affinity goes up to 400%. It's like Jesus.
So I guess that means that there is a much higher ceiling than you'd think on there.
Mm-hmm.
But so apart from like that gameplay stuff though, like how is the game? Like a lot of people be talking about this game and like the quote unquote cringiness, the story beats, and just in general, you and I have both talked about how from the trailers and stuff, this game just seems like a mind trip. How is the game?
The game is a mind trip because I don't know what the fuck's going on. I really don't. Like, Jack Garland is a person who embraces the ethos that is Skip Gang.
Yeah, I mean that if literally you get to pick up your progress and go from the demo, that is how the game starts. The game starts with a skip gang. We have to hunt some monsters so that we can establish our bona fides. Anyway, let's chill on a boat and talk about killing chaos.
Like he's just like constantly like Jack is just like constantly like I'm gonna fucking kill chaos. And usually he's a very gruff and simple guy. Not necessarily unfriendly, but
like he makes friends fast when the two guys show up and they hold up their rocks, right? And they're like, "Hey, look, we're all crystal warriors together." And like he's immediately like, "Huh, neat." And he goes in for the fist bump. So like he's not like, completely unfriendly.
No, but apparently everyone's lost their fucking memories and Jack doesn't care because he's all like, "That would just distract me from killing chaos." And you're just like, "Okay, Jack, calm down."
Rah, chaos.
Chaos. That's a lot of Jack right there.
I mean, I don't know if the game is supposed to be what people on the internet think of as self-aware so much as it is actually like just like, no, we're just gonna write like a game that's straightforward about fucking murdering chaos. Also, isn't this team Western? Or is that a different?
The what?
The dev team. I mean, Axe hasn't played the game, so I don't know, what he may or may not remember from interviews. I'm not necessarily going to trust 100% without citing sources, but...
I mean, it's made by Team Ninja, which is under Koei Temco. And, I mean, Team Ninja is best known for, Ninja Gaiden, Dead or Alive, and the Neo series. They've done a few other things here and there, but...
Okay, yeah, so they are originally Japanese, and they are the division of Koei Tecmo.
Mm-hmm. And again, I don't want to.
On their Wikipedia, it says they are a Japanese video game developer, book publisher.
Really?
Division of Koei Tecmo. Yeah, I don't know. I guess they probably publish some books about some shit. I'm gonna search this for where this goes. There is no citation for this. There's just, it says at the top, book publisher, and it says at the bottom categories, book publishing companies of Japan, comic book publishing companies of Japan. Were there some, like, tie-in mangas?
There might have been.
I don't know.
I mean, like Square Enix is actually technically a book publisher as well.
Yeah.
They actually have put some investment into like just multimedia kind of things. But
Architect, you don't understand. It's not like he just wants to kill chaos. It's a hunger, a thirst. He's gotta kill chaos. That's why Jack wants to kill chaos.
Well, yeah, and that's actually one of the things that like a lot of the people here don't know why they want to kill chaos. They just know they have to.
I mean, honestly, this goes with the kind of the weird remake / reimagining of the original game vibes. Why do you want to fight Garland in the opening of the original FF1, right? Because you gotta. That's how the game starts. The game starts with you outside of Cornelia, or Cornelia in this translation, probably more accurate. and just like you talk to the king, and he's like, "Yo, the fucking Garland's in the shrine with the stuff, and you gotta go stop him." And you go stop him. Like, that's just how old school video games work. Is just you do things. Like think about the OG Legend of Zelda, right? Like, not like how Breath of the Wild was kind of like a soft remake, right? Like that has motivation. You've been in a fucking literal coma for 100 years and shit's fucked. And Zelda's like, Link, you have to do the thing, but not like fast or anything. Just, eventually get around to it. Like, if the original Legend of Zelda is just like, you start outside of a hole, you go in the hole, the guy tells you it's dangerous to go alone, take this, and he hands you a fucking sword, and you gotta go kill Ganon. Like, old school video games are just like that.
And also, no, I don't think this is like they're trying to appeal to a Western audience. They're trying to appeal to a global audience.
I think they're just, well, first and foremost, I hope they're just trying to appeal to them.
Yeah.
Like, they just thought this would be cool.
I mean, again, this game, like, a lot of people have been making the comparison. This game is just Final Fantasy Revengeance.
Yeah. Definitely seems like it's in those vibes. And as you note, it's just like, yeah, nobody knows what the fuck is happening, right?
Right.
So far. I assume somewhere in this game we're gonna get weird because, as I said before, I understand that in the original game, in the original FF1, Garland goes through a time loop with the elemental powers and becomes Chaos, the final boss. Now, how does that work in this weird world? I don't fucking know.
Like, like I said, they've talked about there's been some hints that, there might be some machinations above everything. Maybe some people are in control. They refer to a lot of locations as this comes from Dimension. I've seen, like, various dimensions. Can people hear that, by the way?
Hear what?
Okay. Maybe they can't hear it then.
There may have been a slight sound there, but I don't know the context. Also, I had to sneeze, so self-quiet. But so there are, like, different dimensions and stuff.
There's different dimensions and, people in charge of it. Like, there's been mention of, there's been hints of people like, there's a lot of the sense of deja vu. A lot of people are like, I think I've been here before. Or this feels very familiar. So, who knows? We might already be in the fucking time loop. Like, we don't know.
Alright, I think Chad is saying they hear something.
Alright, well, I might have to go lock the dog up. My friend's parents came over and they went to go have a birthday dinner, and they left their dog that has separation anxiety here. So she's now currently losing her mind.
Don't.
I could bring her in here, but then she will not. Well, I guess I can, like, open my door. There's no one else here.
Yeah. We talked about that with the demo. One of the areas is like a dungeon in 14, and it's said to come from Dimension 14. So, like, there's definitely some homages going on. And this game is definitely, well, some of it is taken from kind of the weird, like, high fantasy mishmash, like, the original Final Fantasy had you fight mechs, fucking Battletech mechs and shit. Okay, so they have published books. Interesting. Cool. But, like, this is definitely from that more high fantasy-ish vibes with some weird random anachronistic tech. Like, Jack just has a fucking smartphone. He plays Frank Sinatra on. Don't ask questions. There's definitely some, like, homage vibes there. I'm kind of curious if they're going to directly reference some of the areas from some of the more urban fantasy-y or, like, weird high Magitech stuff. Like, 7 and 13 are the ones that most spring to mind. Hell, even, like, 15 has, like, cars and stuff.
Okay, I'm back.
Regular-ass cars. I was discussing how the references occur in this game, and I'm wondering if they're going to directly reference some of the more Magitech-y type games, like 7 or 13.
Oh, they might. I haven't seen,
like it definitely seems like we're keeping with the mostly high fantasy, but a little bit of that anachronistic vibes that is also very long-running in Final Fantasy. There were mechs in the first game.
I mean, like, there is a flying fortress that just is a fucking space station.
Yeah, no.
I can.
Sorry.
I will go there just because I can.
Bears.
Yeah, just Flying Fortress.
Is it called Alexander?
It is not. It's called Flying Fortress. But yeah, no, you have a lot of these things called the Fool's Missives. You know, this came from apparently Dimension 4, or looks like something, or excuse me, looks like something from Dimension 4, which has been altered. And then here I am. We are now in Giant Space Fortress.
The Flying Fortress, Sky Castle, and Floating Castle, is a location in the original Final Fantasy, accessible through the Mirage Tower.
Yep. And look, it's the world! And of course, the Mirage Tower is just like the Crystal Tower that you see like in a lot of Final Fantasy games.
Yeah.
And like, you know, I fight robots in here. They're called Guardians.
Yeah, so, it says that's where Warmax appears.
So
yeah,
no,
there's a lot of references to both one and also things that are in places and stuff.
Final Fantasy has...
Oh, go ahead. Your point.
Final Fantasy has always constantly just borrowed from itself. Like,
yeah, that is something I think we talked about when the demo was out. Or maybe it was on Monday. It was after the demo came out, though. Because some people were like, meh, reused assets about the dungeon that is explicitly a 14 reference. And then we were both like, y'all, if you don't understand how Final Fantasy uses the same stuff over and over again, you have failed to understand Final Fantasy. Turn your card now. Never buy one of these games again. Like, why do you think there's a Cid and a Biggs and a Wedge in every game? Though I think they eventually got less keen on the Biggs and Wedge part, probably because of, eventually because of Big Disney. But, like, you know, they have recurring references. There's always a Cid. You know, the airships and their designs are usually a recurring theme. There are the crystals. There's always crystals. Fucking crystals everywhere. And then that's not even getting to, like, recurring enemies and appearances. Literally recurring characters. Fucking Gilgamesh everywhere. I bet you fight Gilgamesh in this game somewhere. He's probably got to be a sick boss fight in here, right? With his fucking, you know, shitloads of arms and weapons. This is an action game. They got to have put that guy in here somewhere, right?
all right.
I'm just assuming. I'm guessing. It'll probably happen. Let me know. But yeah, I'm just like, they got it, right? It's the thing you gotta do. And, you know, the recurring nature of the monsters that are also the summons, you know, Ifrit, Bahamut, Ramon, Shiva, all kinds of shit. Like, it's just, they have these recurring tropes and concepts that keep coming back, and that's just how this thing works. So, yeah, so it's a good game, question mark?
I want to give it a question mark. Like, the combat can be very punishing. Even like on the normal difficulty. Like I said, enemies do not let up. Like, a lot of bosses have me... Yeah, a lot of bosses, like... Oh, God, like... I don't know if I can... I wonder how long it'll take me. But the boss for the Flying Fortress is Tiamat. And...
Yeah, that makes sense. That's literally the boss of that dungeon in Final Fantasy 1.
Yeah.
It's the Wind Dungeon, in case you guys couldn't tell.
But... Like, while you're fighting her, it's just, like, constantly attacking. Like, they say that the weak point's the neck, but guess what? Because you can't actually aim for, like, individual parts, you are just usually stuck for, like, throwing yourself at the body, except for the few times that when, like, she'll do, like, some sort of, like, beam attack. Some sort of beam attack, and you're just all like, wow! Oh, yeah, break the bosses. And stuff. So, I want to say it's an okay game. Kind of like, again, like, the fact that you can't, like, you know, you literally have no control over your equipment. I think that's the thing that probably bugs me the most. More than the jobs, more than, you know, the combat. It's the fact that I have no control over my equipment. I get what I find, and I have to be happy with that. I don't like that. As someone,
Yeah. Well, yeah. You're about to talk about how you're a gear-focused guy. You like
yeah,
the gear.
I like gear.
And I will say that's definitely like that is something that appeals to a lot of people. Like, in addition to their builds and whatever, the number one thing I see people in our Discord like yelling about with Elden Ring is their Elden Ring grip, right? Like and you know, back in the day, that was fashion souls. You know, like finding cool outfits that fit your build. You don't really find cool outfits that fit your build. You just put on whatever the best outfit is and hope it looks cool.
Like, you really don't have builds in this, which is kind of a pain.
Yeah, it seems weird. It seems like that's not what you would do with this style of game with like all the different jobs and stuff.
Like, again, because you get like three random things, like trying to like, and they could be anything. Like, shoot, like this one's like HP recover amount, curse resistance. Like,
yeah, it all just seems like. Sorry,
Yeah.
I yawned. That all just seems like cherry on top shit, right? Like, it's not really important, but if it helps you, it's kind of cool. But it doesn't actually matter.
okay, so it's not like super random. Like the first two are the same. It looks like, but like.
Even so, because the gear drops are randomized, you never know when you're going to get a coat that has those first two things, right? That's appropriate.
Yeah, and like,
So,
or will match your job affinity. So I'm just like, honestly, that's the big thing. Like, the other thing is the job thing. I do wish that your job effects were cumulative, cause I don't have a cube nearby, do I? I don't. Okay, because I can't. Because I don't think I can't access the fucking job tree. Oh wait, can I?
Nope.
Nope, I can't. I literally can't access it. But luckily,
there's
there's
checkpoints.
But I am doing checkpoints. Cause job tree. Like, let's see here. So I have Sage here. Sage lets me use white and black magic. I can find it. It lets you get, when you get mastery, you can cast the ultimate spell, Unleash Ultima, and it's great. You get the best. You know, black magic. But, when you're a white mage, one of the things you have to unlock. Where is it? Like, you get holy from white magic here, and where is it? You learn raise as well somewhere, but
Kind of important. Kind of the key things about being a white mage is you get to do holy damage, and that's the only source of holy damage in the game some of the time, and you get to bring people back when they KO.
white magic.
Kind of big deal.
Affinity, holy damage, restaurant. Yeah, holy. Did I not get raise as a white mage, or was that something I already had? Divine sigil, element expert. Or wait, was that?
Assume it's in white.
Hang the fuck on. I gotta check something here real quick.
Hanging on my thread. Speaking of threads, still very agitated that Stone Ocean's not all the way out. I'm hoping
No,
maybe
that was
next
awesome.
month, because I think it's going to end. It's going to. People in the chat can correct me if I'm wrong. I think Stone Ocean is going to finish airing in Japan this month, if it hasn't already. So I'm hoping that Netflix can get off their butt and put the rest of it out, please, for the love of God. Help me out here, Netflix. Netflix, you know how binging works, guys. 12 episodes, not enough. I don't think it was even 12. Maybe it was
Well,
10.
anyway, but like when I'm doing white magic here, like I don't have raise and I don't have holy. I get Ultima though, and I'm just all like, am I really like that? Doing like that? So I'm just like, because you see, I still have an extra wheel on the fucking.
Yeah, you got the slots.
Because they say that the Ultima is the ultimate black magic, not the ultimate, both magic. So basically where holy is on white mage, that's where Ultima be for black mage. And
And then when you're
Excuse me.
Sage, you're supposed to be both. You do not have access.
yeah, no, so I'm like, I'm a little put out. But like I said, I still like it because I can't just be all like, let me just swap here. I can cast some haste. then I can.
Let me just drop the nuke.
And then just. Actually, no, let me go down there. I can't do Ultima because I actually need to get 3.
But you still did your usual buffs. Shell was that, or haste was that shell go or protect that?
I think I can't remember which one. It was one of the 2 though. But I can do my basic things and get in there, and you need that flexibility because sometimes, like Flan here, are just resistant to physical attacks.
Yeah,
and
they're goop.
They're goop.
Oh my God, Flan have hands now. I'm terrified. What the fuck?
Yeah, no.
I'm not okay with this. Who signed off on this? It's terrifying. Holy shit.
I mean, elementals are just women on orbs that you smash them with.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that fits the original sprites. That seems very uncomfortable. But yeah, so the game is okay.
It's okay.
It does stuff.
It does stuff.
I am still... Oh, actually, LBH did bring up something funny to talk about Horizon. Yeah, in the final mission, you had everybody with Karja, because for some reason, your cool Karja friend leaves after she finishes her mission. I don't know, she kind of has a reason for that, but I kind of wish she didn't fuck off, because I like her. She's cool.
Oh! Funnily enough, Nil is in the game, by the way. Your other Karja friend. Well, friend is debatable.
He's a weird boy.
Yeah.
But where is he? I didn't notice him.
You have to beat all the racings. He's the masked racer.
Okay.
He's all like, I can't kill anymore, so instead I will combat race.
Okay. Well, he's in it at least. That's fine. There's some other cameos and stuff. Apparently, some of the Dad of Boy Squad is hidden in the game somewhere.
Oh yeah, apparently you can find statues of them as well as the blacksmith. I think you can actually find the house too, if I remember correctly.
That's cool. I appreciate how Sony's being cool together and stuff. Yeah, that's me with a lot of side quests. Legendary is just I'll do it sometime. Like survey drones are cool. I think the system where you can actually do the holograms though is like really clunky. It takes forever to load, and the moment you go down the stairs, it turns off. And I'm just like, why? Why did we build this elaborate system? It's cool, but also so pointless. Speaking though of Sony family stuff, I mentioned this on Let's Look FGO. We should mention it again on WhatsApp. Apparently, Hideo Kojima's working on his next thing. He's doing the works, and he's getting supported by Sony for it. No direct mention if it's supposed to be like PlayStation exclusive or tied to Sony Productions, but I don't know much about it. But they apparently they let him use their really advanced teleconferencing system called Mado. Let me see if we can get
hang on 1 second.
News for that while Lucky is hanging out. Sony gave Kojima their Mado teleconferencing.
Okay. See, so now you can go run around and not be so upset, okay? Okay?
Oh, here we go. So, Mado is a telepresence system. Uses screens and multi-fluid shit. Give, like, dimension and angle. Yeah, so it's a really cool, like, screen technology. It's, like, vertical. It's got low latency. It cancels echoes. It cuts out noise. And it can kind of, like... It appears to, like, use screens to basically make it look like the other person is, like, sitting in a fucking window talking. Like, they're just through a doorway. But it's apparently new and experimental. And Sony was letting Hideo Kojima use it so he can oversee mocap sessions, which are apparently being recorded in Sony's Santa Monica studio. where God of War is presumably doing things.
Doing something.
Yeah. So now that's not like necessarily a first party. Apparently, Resident Evil Village did its mocap sessions at Santa Monica Studios, so third parties can go there and rent it. But I assume Sony is probably eyeballing that like limited console exclusive shit if they're letting him like use their experimental teleconference tech.
Well, again,
also
I think
on his Twitter, he's talking about he got some care packages from like both like Jim Ryan in the States and like the somebody in Japan who's like head of their working with third parties thing, right? So like they respect and like it. But Kojima has said that he's working on a project that he has a wonderful game everybody is going to want to play. AAA title that everybody can enjoy, working on a smaller project that's not open world or a shooter, and also apparently Kojima Productions is working on anime. He's a busy man.
Working on anime,
Cool.
really?
Yeah, allegedly.
Allegedly.
That's what he said in some interviews, I guess. I mean, you never know, right? Like, I don't remember if it actually came out, but like, Cyberpunk was got an anime tie-in.
Oh, that's true.
To celebrate this is a weird one, Lucky. I kind of want to, if you haven't heard of this, I kind of want to hear, well, even if I'm telling you this now, I want to hear your thoughts on this. But apparently Adult Swim announced that to celebrate the 25th anniversary, they're making more Fooly Coolies.
Didn't the new series not do that well?
Yeah, I believe the second one people liked a little bit more, but yeah, no, they got the rights and they're getting the peoples. One of the productions is going to be by Studio IG, and I don't remember what the other one was. But yeah, no, they announced that they're doing more. It's a little weird.
I mean, honestly, I think the best thing, I guess it'd be okay. It could be okay. Like, I think, like, the essence of Fooly Cooly doesn't need to be anything, one thing in particular. It just needs to have the same kind of spirit, I guess.
I actually think, like, treating it as, like, an anthology thing rather than, like, doing, like, direct sequels is, and that seems to be the direction they're going. That is probably the way to handle it. That lets you get the vibes, but also as, like, times change and people change, you know, different parts of the series will echo to different people. Like, for instance, the original Fooly Cooly, you know, they're on flip phones, right? They don't got to deal with social media and shit, which would arguably make some parts of that way fucking weirder and worse. Also, probably make that government cover-up stuff hard. Imagine if just fucking Conti was everywhere on Twitter. Yo, there's a fucking TV robot selling bread. What the fuck? Hashtag what the fuck. Hashtag bread robot. Hashtag Tomito-esque thing. But I never got around to watching the follow-up series. I know you watched one of them?
Yeah, I watched one of them. It was alright.
Yeah.
It
was not awful. You did not think it was awful, but it also wasn't like groundbreaking or mind-blowing for you either.
No, again, it's one of those things you can't... Fooly Cooly is something that is unique and one of a kind, and I do not think can actually be replicated. And I don't think people should necessarily try to replicate the feeling that Fooly Cooly has, but rather, you know, just... What's the word I want to say? Just...
They can keep the vibes.
They keep the vibes and the spirits, but they don't...
Authenticity.
Yeah, but they don't need to, like, you know, make just another Fooly Cooly. They just need to... Like, because Fooly Cooly at its heart is just a coming-of-age story with, you know, with fucking weird robot fights.
Yeah.
Like, at its core.
With weird shit, yeah.
It's weird shit.
It's a metaphor.
So, like, Fooly Cooly should just be constantly about, you know, kids trying to live their best life, and weird shit's just happening to them. And there's just a girl with a high-pitched voice wielding a guitar on a scooter.
What is the guitar a metaphor for? I don't know.
Maybe
it's just a guitar.
Maybe it's just a guitar. Who knows?
Maybe it's both. I don't know.
But
there's gonna be just as long as you have some guitar riffs in there and you talk about like life and stuff, it's probably okay. It's just I feel like given that there was kind of a lukewarm reception to it, I'm kind of shocked that they're like, "Yo, dog, to celebrate 25 years, we're doing it again."
Oh
Okay. All right. I mean, if you wanna gamble, sure, go for it. You got the money. You got the rights. But yeah, that talk about authenticity does remind me. I did actually sit down and watch for OSP for their Detailed Diatribe series released a hour and 20-minute video yelling about Assassin's Creed and how historical is it really?
It's not, I'm guessing.
Not really. But also, yeah, kinda.
I threw that rock back.
This was Blue's like PowerPoint presentation, literally. The way he phrased it is his opening thesis is that Assassin's Creed, especially early Assassin's Creed, the good ones that people like, damn, fucking full-blown sumo flip that huge guy. How strong is Jack really?
That's something that everyone's all like, how fucking strong is Jack? And they're constantly like, throw stronger monsters at him. We'll find out. That's literally how this works.
But the thesis was that Assassin's Creed engages in tactical anachronism.
Oh.
It will pull things that are not historically accurate in to preserve the appropriate feel and expectations of the audience. And I think that, like, you don't even have to watch the whole video. I think there's early on a very good discussion about the difference between accuracy and authenticity. Accuracy is a very binary concept. Something is accurate or it isn't. And once you're inaccurate, you're inaccurate. That's it. You're done.
Missiles!
So it's... I just love running into the elevator and slamming the doors as your party eats like 40 missiles. Close the door, Jack! But
by the way, I love this term, Satellite Boulevard. I'm like, I don't know why. That's
pretty
catchy.
sick. They got some fun names for some of these segments. I guess when you got to come up with a lot of dungeon names, you get to have some fun. But so the early they talk about how like, and so the better term to use is authentic. It's very similar to how like I don't like to use, like, especially in terms of like tabletop games, I don't like to use the term realism. I like to talk about verisimilitude. Verisimilitude as a word just means that it seems truthful. It's something that feels truth.
I think it was like something like it was like truth adjacent or something. I think I heard
it has a quality like it's true, but it is not necessarily supposed to be literally absolutely true, because literal absolute truth is, you know, weird and hard and stuff. Did you accidentally shut everybody outside?
Yeah, that's fine. We're all gonna get teleported to the top so we can fucking fight Tiamat.
Okay, there's a fade out.
Beams.
Okay, that was kind of funny. And now everybody's here. It's got more beams.
I guess it, like, look, just whirlwinds, beams, more whirlwinds.
Much more complicated than the demo starter fight. There was only a few beams. Also, that Tiamat didn't have legs, I just realized. This Tiamat has legs. That's kind of weird. But so authenticity and authentic are much more usable terms. Yeah, you murdered.
Oh, I lost like half a bar. Maybe you do lose a bit.
Yeah, like I said, it seems to be difficulty tied. So maybe in like action you lose a little bit, and then in hard you probably lose like a lot, and then in story you don't like lose any. Mode. But sorry, I was just watching the preview and I saw you trying to buff. And you got cut off. So the authenticity idea is a lot easier to talk about and relate to. Like, the audience can buy into, like, so if it feels authentic, it doesn't have to be literally correct and everything be actual factual, because guess what? With history, accuracy is fucking hard sometimes, because you might know that a building existed, but if that building has been torn the fuck down and there was no record for it, how do you know what that building is like? How can you be accurate? You can't. It's not possible. Ow. But so... and then it goes to talk about how the early AC games are very big on that authenticity. And when they do change things, they usually do it to preserve the correct feeling. Like, Blue talks about how, because there's, like, I think, like, 3 towns in the original Assassin's Creed. It's set in, you know, the Holy Land. So, one of the towns is supposed to be held by the Crusaders, primarily Accra. And so in the game, they stuck a Gothic-ass church in the middle of Accra, a Gothic cathedral, which never existed there. There were Gothic cathedrals like 60 years later than when the game is set, but the developers put it there because that is the kind of vibe that the audience would be expecting from a supposed to be like a core like medieval ass, you know, French and Italian and stuff city, right? Like you'd expect a Gothic cathedral. So they put one there, and it's an anachronism, but it works, and it is also like a really big, you know, notable landmark to go there. Similarly, in the Ezio trilogy, a lot of those games technically do some anachronisms. Like there are some like Roman rooms in a AC Brotherhood that shouldn't be uncovered. Like I think Blue said that during the Renaissance, the Roman Forum was like, you know, a cow pasture or something, right? But for themes and stuff, you know, you can actually like see the ruins and explore them as part of the layers, and having like cool gameplay space. And a lot of other buildings are like in a like half-built state, or they pull from features that would technically be early but make them more recognizable, but they don't necessarily build monuments that straight up wouldn't be there, right?
Right.
Like talk about how in like Venice in AC2, they don't have the version of the Rialto Bridge that you recognize because it wasn't built out of stone yet. It was like wooden. So they still put the bridge over there, that canal there, and they keep the wooden version that was historical. So it's there, but it's not in the advanced version because that wouldn't happen for like a couple of years. So there's some like interesting stuff there. And basically the games keep these vibes and, you know, do this kind of like best historical version of stuff for a long time. I wonder if it's just because either Blue didn't know a lot about it, or just because that's the nature of AC3. But AC3 wasn't mentioned at all, so I have no input on how that one is authentic or not. Did talk a little bit about how, like in AC4 Black Flag, Havana is one of the places you can go to, and they put a very famous church there that wouldn't exist for like 50 years because otherwise the historical period appropriate Havana had like no notable landmarks. So they put the famous church there because that's the thing you'd know, right?
Right.
You know, so you build these touch points. The version of Notre Dame in Assassin's Creed Unity is like the best ever version of Notre Dame. Like it takes elements from like many different historical periods and slaps them together, so you're like, you feel like it's Notre Dame but historical, but it's like got the theme you want. They also mentioned how apparently the Disney film Hunchback of Notre Dame was bullshit. They have a metal spire, even though that's like early medieval, and that spire doesn't come until like way the fuck later. I never knew that. But again, it's part of the iconic silhouette, right? Like, that's just how people think with things. And then it talks about how in Valhalla, which is... It seems from a technical standpoint, like a lot of people are kind of like... Valhalla's the one people are kind of fed up with. Like, it's still like the best-selling Assassin's Creed game of all time, but the general consensus I get from people who play those games is like, it's kind of starting to lose me. And some of that seems to be from the fact that they wanted a vibe, but they didn't want an authentic vibe. They wanted a fake vibe. They wanted that fake Viking vibe because fucking Vikings is big on the History Channel or something. I don't know. Literally, the game AC Valhalla is set in the exact same time period. It's during the Viking invasion of England, so it's like very clearly like trying to chase the trends, as opposed to what the original AC was, which was setting trends, right? Like Assassin's Creed defined a lot of the way open world games work, and arguably, like I think how people interact with like cityscapes and historical environments. It's like they were doing some groundbreaking shit. But yeah, it seems like AC Valhalla is like drawing from some, some inauthentic places to like do this like Viking pastiche and draw these elements that are just literally over the place, hundreds of years apart, don't make any goddamn sense. And they do this weird ass stacking of stuff of like Arthurian legends, Norse legends, and Celtic legends all on top of each other, all in the same time period, which isn't true. Ireland and a lot of the other Celtic areas of England were super Christianized by the Viking invasion. St. Patrick was like hundreds of years previously. Also that they can do like spooky vibes. And that's definitely something, by the way, that I've noticed. So like cultural appropriation is like a big watchword right now, right? Like people like to keep an eye out for like if you're slipping in, sliding into a culture that's not yours, and like exoticizing them in a weird way and all that fun stuff. But like, I feel like some people still feel like they can get a free pass with that because they are like tangentially related, even though like Ubisoft's like as a core company is like French, and then a lot of their development teams are in like Canada and America, and those guys aren't very Celtic. So like you can get away with like just being like, ooh, spooky druid vibes, and that's like that's not how that works. Like there's some some weird Anglo-Saxon stuff built up after Wickerman, I guess, but definitely something I've noticed in general that OSP didn't really pick on. Kind of interesting though how it all shakes out. Like, it's like classical mythology, right? Like, hey, guess what, guys? Most of us were not Roman. A lot of us didn't even live in areas that were run by Rome. I'm possibly, I guess, a little bit Roman. I'm like, Anglo or Norman or something. But like, most people who are vibing on Roman culture are not Roman. But we don't care because, I don't know, Rome was like a big empire and historical and stuff, and they were all over Europe, so they're European, right? Nobody cares. It's a thought process. Think something yourself. Help you plan. So yeah, it's an interesting video you should go check out, but I definitely like that conversation about like accuracy versus authenticity and stuff, and it's that's really relevant to a lot of the things we do. Like, I mentioned, we're done with Rat's Nest now. Operation Moonrat, we're done.
Yay.
When you guys got the bigger backstory dump, I talked about how, like, the origin point was connected to some, like, druidic religions, but the actual crisis is, like, after that point when he starts delving into mythos sorcery, which is separate. Like, he learned things he could not get from his normal life by doing hypergeometry. Axe always wants to say chaos sorcery, even though that's totally a Warhammer thing, and I don't know why. Delta Green AP saying that? They're wrong. Anyway, hypergeometry. So, like...
Whoa.
I definitely feel like that was a vibe there. That I'm like, did I just spookify being a druid? No, that's not even the spooky part. That's like a footnote. It's like, yeah, so he was like a druid guy, and then there was some stuff going on, and then he became a mythos sorcerer, and that was bad when he did that. When he started like eating people and talking to ghouls. That's the bad part.
Again, I'm a bit of an idiot, so I'm not necessarily understanding what like cultural appropriation really is. It's one of those.
I mean, I feel like I'm not an idiot, but sometimes I feel like an idiot about some of this stuff because
because if they're like, because you're talking about spooky druids, I'm like, and my first thought is like, druids like druids is one of those things I'm like, druids, have the potential to not be spooky, but also I see druids as like the potential to be spooky. So at what point does your spooky druids go from being
definitely
goes to cultural
the way
appropriation?
that, like, I think that, and I don't know a lot about it, but just the way the AC Valhalla markets it, the curse of the druids. Look at this guy wearing a deer head. I'm like, okay, hold on.
When we're talking about like fucking God, like, what was the term for it? The sensationalism kind of versions of it, I guess.
Yeah. I've also heard what was it? I think
when you're doing it for shock value instead of like
exoticized, I think was also a term used where you're playing up how weird and alien this is. Look how weird this culture is. Aren't you terrified? We have this weird cultural thing about deer heads on the internet.
Okay.
We do. I don't know why. I don't know where the deer skull things come from. That's like all postmodern. I don't actually know if that like symbolism was anywhere. I gotta like go look that up. I know that it's big on the internet. But right, and like we've talked about this before with like there's arguably a long-running joke in our Delta Green now because it keeps coming up about that's not how Wendigos work. Because most people don't understand how the Wendigo or the many cultural variations of that word actually work. And arguably, I actually tried to drop some hints that this could be Wendigo adjacent. It turned out not to be, but like there were some vibes that it could have been. But like a lot of the things that go there, and the same with like Skinwalker stuff. Like the terminology we externalize as Skinwalker is tied to like a lot of like bad juju taboo vibes among like the Navajo peoples and other southwestern Native Americans, and it's like, yeah, there's like they don't want to talk about that stuff because it's like it's an actual like taboo thing. Like doing that stuff is like going against their cultural norms. And so like there's a lot of like misinterpretations. I'm pretty sure the way that like the Nagaloshi in Dresden works is actually like fairly accurate, in that it's like really fucked up sorcerer guy who's probably like a fallen angel, kind of. Anyway, he's Bad News Bears. We're gonna have to kill one by nuke. Took him to an atomic test site here. Dresden Files is cool. Anyway, Jim Butcher, are you doing anything right now? Are you okay? What's up with you?
This is a question I am asking, because I did finish my yearly re-listen of Codex Alera. That's 6 books. They're very good. I love them. But hey, what's this? Oh wait, shit. That wasn't. Fuck. I have garbage in me now. But words. And so I started the other, like, I don't know if I'm ready for a full Dresden re-listen. That seems,
it's a lot of work.
That's a lot of work.
Especially, and it will only get worse. Jim Butcher has upped his estimation to 25 books.
God,
ending in the Big Apocalyptic Trilogy.
I mean, I thought we were starting to
By the
get
way,
into...
Big Apocalyptic Trilogy is in capital letters. Thanks, Jim. I believe the original guess was 20-ish, but he's got more stuff to do, so...
Well, like, the original one was 20 books after, like, you know, his college writing classes or something.
Yeah.
Because... God damn it. But,
I don't know. I mean, I think it seems like maybe he's taking a little bit of a break, like some big novels and stuff. The last news I have on his website is that late last year he went to Dragon Con and did some like panels and stuff. But I'm not, like, seeing any actual, like, going about and doing stuff.
Yeah, no, but... So with that, I started my... Jim's... probably lesser-known series. I don't know. I think he got some critical acclaim, but he has one book and what is known as the Cinder Spires.
Mm-hmm.
The first book is known as The Aeronauts Windlass. It's very cool. It's not steampunk. Jim actually goes on to say this. It's not a steampunk, it's a steam opera. And I'm all like, that's a good way to think of it.
Yeah, it's definitely started much like how Codex Alera started with, like, steampunk vibes, but it's different.
No, because...
You know, he takes it in different places.
Like, Jim, like, I don't know. I think Jim likes political intrigue more than he lets on. I know Harry Dresden is his big ones, but man, that was all of fucking Codex Alera and what is in Aeronauts Windlass. There are machinations going on.
I mean, I will say for the, I think it's for the like author's notes at the end, the very end of Codex Alera. He talks about like why he wrote them, or maybe it's in an afterword in one of the Dresden Files books telling you to go read Codex Alera. But he wrote them because he's like, part of it was the infamous bet of like somebody was like, you can't write a story about Pokemon and the Lost Roman Legion. What your gut says, hold my beer.
Technically, he lost that bet. Not because he couldn't post it to the guy because Jim wasn't sure about the publishing rights if he just posted it online. So he's like, I can't share it online. So he didn't have anything to show the guy. So technically, he lost that book. But he got a 6-book deal out of it.
Yeah, so it worked out.
It worked out.
But yeah, no. The reason why he wanted to write it in that style was because when he was a kid, he was a huge fan of like sword and sandal type stuff. Like he mentions like some movie he saw. I don't know if it was like the original like Jason and the Argonauts, or it might have been like Ben-Hur or something. But he like got a cold and watched some like sword and sandal movies as a kid and stuff, and like that always really resonated with him. So if you think about that, a lot of that stuff, like especially when you're dealing with like historical fiction of like Romans and stuff, the politics are always part of it, right? Like SPQR, you know, the Senate and the people of Rome. The Senate is right in that list, so the politicking makes sense because it's a big part of that. And if he's always been a fan, you know, it works in there. I feel like the politicking and like the like different sources of power and circles of stuff in the Dresden Files is mostly to make Harry Dresden's life harder, like most things in the setting.
Yes.
But it still works by like giving him lots of complicated wheels to spin and do stuff. Jim Butcher is a tedious man. But yeah, so you've been listening to Aeronauts Windless?
Yeah, no, it's very good. I don't own any Jim Butcher books. I have listened literally to all of them on audiobook.
I talked about this. I ordered. I mostly read them at my library back in the day, but I ordered Peace Talks and Battlegrounds physically, and they sit on my shelf today. But yeah, I mostly.
No, it's a good reader. I do highly recommend the Codex Alera audiobooks. Kate Redding does an amazing job. Her Katai voice lives rent free in my head. She does sound like a barbarian elf, because that's what the Maraude are. They're barbarian elves.
What if Homo neanderthalis was wood elves? Utter lunatic. Crazy person.
And I picked up...
I've been thinking, because... sorry to cut you off there, but since you did, like, post about it and stuff, I've been like, man, it's been a while since I actually read that one. So I should bust it out again and then go back over it.
Yeah, no, a couple people are also like, yes, where is the second book? Because Aeronauts Windless came out... God, when did it come out? Wasn't it like 2015 or something?
Let me see. I was just on, you know, jim-butcher.com. So Aeronauts Windless was released September 29th, 2015.
Okay, so it was 2015. Yeah, it's been like 7 years, and we've only had this one book. I'm just like, because it's one of those fantastical kind of like series where the setting is super crazy. So basically, Earth, or if we're even on Earth, I don't fucking know.
Yeah, there's some far future implied bullshit.
Yeah, but the surface is polluted. No one goes there unless you want wood, and wood is like super valuable and stuff. But everyone lives in fucking spires made of spire stone, which, you know, goes miles into the air. Everyone lives there. It's great. And everyone gets around on fucking, you know, etheric currents and fucking airships. You know, your standard, you know, steam opera setting. The story takes place mostly in Spire, Albion. It's very British. This place is super fucking British.
I mean, you know, if you can't tell from the name, like,
yeah,
it's very English.
Very English.
And honestly, like, talking about like steampunk's like weird historical anachronism vibes. If steampunk even has a vibe, that's a whole conversation for a different point. But that's definitely from the time period that would have been the British golden age of sail.
Yeah.
And it's not necessarily always used that way. Like, mostly you go for Victorian vibes, but there's definitely some, like, Pride of the British Navy type stuff that actually is in Aeronauts Windless. A lot of airship.
Yeah, but it's it features an ensemble cast, excuse me. Well, there is a cat involved, because this is I think one of the great things about the series. One of the characters, the ensemble cast, is just a cat. He is, you know, he is Rawl, son of Maul, leaders of the Silent Paws, and they are...
Cats are like super smart and super cool,
and super evil. Well, I think I was at...
Jim Butcher does one.
Jim Butcher, I think God, I think Jim Butcher actually has like said a line about this. It's all like like when talking about like the cats and Cinder Spires. I think the quote was something all like, "I see you do not have any rodents in your warehouse. Mayhaps you would like to keep that way. Mayhaps I'll find a bowl of whipped cream, or maybe tomorrow you'll find everything on fire." And it's just all like, oh, like cats don't fuck around. They really don't. But
Yeah.
yeah. So Jim does kind of like honestly, there's more probably in common with Cinder Spires, with Codex Alera, and the ensemble casts and whatnot. Yeah. And Jim does something.
Well, and also much like Codex Alera, it's third person.
Yes.
The Dresden Files is defined by the first person internal monologue to Harry Dresden. That is so ingrained to the way the book has worked, is that is how we have literally done reveals, right? When something was wrong for Harry and he didn't realize it. Harry, where's your blasting rod? Break it. Sorry, I've been listening to the Units version of Great Days, the final JoJo Part 4 OP, where they like bring back all the singers. If you don't remember which one that is, that's the one that goes breakdown. It's played in reverse. Anyway, yeah, so the fact that it's third person definitely means it's going to be more like a Codex Alera type vibe. Like, you get viewpoint characters and you get some of their internal monologue, but it's not completely from a character's first person point of view, which is also something that most Dresden Files like side stories do as well. Like, a couple of them have been third person, but most of them are first person from somebody's perspective.
But the thing that I was about to say is like, silver level, eat that! Oh, you ate that shit. Holy shit. Bitch. But one of the things I always liked about the ensemble cast is Jim Butcher will put things from the perspective of villains, so you can see things from their angle. With the first couple books in Codex Alera, you see this from Fidelius, thank you. Fidelius. And until you get to Cursor's Fury. And then they have God, I love that. I love that at the end. I'm not going to spoil it. If you haven't read Codex Alera, I recommend it.
You should. I mean, the books are like fucking old. The first one came out in like 2004. And they're done, but they're all done, so you have no excuse.
Yeah.
Catch up, bro.
But
so
like,
that's not to say that his third-person stories can't also have some interesting tricks in them. But
oh yeah,
there's a lot of a variety of point of views you can. Arguably, even in parts of like later in the series, you get to meet with other antagonists like directly. Like you have some chapters with the Vord Queen and Nvidia and stuff, when other protagonists are like establish shit that's off screen that you, the reader, wouldn't know otherwise.
Actually, a fun fact, Nvidia Aquitaine is actually Jim's most hated character. He hated writing her.
It's because she's awful. She's a huge piece of shit.
Yeah. Probably more inhuman than the Vord Queen, and that's saying something.
I mean, that was kind of the point. The Vord Queen's whole thing is that she's weirdly human, why her own people don't like her sometimes. Gotta do all the weird shit that we see in the books.
Vord Queen is under alas poor villain in TV tropes.
Yeah, it's definitely got those vibes. Whereas Nvidia is like, Nvidia is definitely not under that TV trope, and is definitely like, I don't know if there's a TV trope for Ding Dong, the witch is dead, but it's like, and nobody warned you. You were an asshole the entire time. Even when we wrote away for you to stop being an asshole, no, you doubled down. And everything's her fault.
Literally.
No, yeah, actually, it's always all been her fault. Fucking Lord Aquitaine is less an asshole than her, even though he arguably in the early books does more to fuck over our protagonists.
Well, Aquitaine is basically an anti-villain. He's doing the right things, but using the wrong way to do it. He stared into the abyss and it looked back. Literally looked upon, what, the high houses were doing, and it's like, I'm going to change everything, and started getting himself involved with political machinations because of it.
Yeah, and it also the other big thing is like we can say this because this is the crux of the starting story is that the House of Gaius, the rulers of Alera, are like Gaius Sextus is like he's pretty old. He's like really fucking old by the time the books start. His only heir is dead. What the fuck is gonna happen when he dies?
Yeah.
They even had him remarry like a young wife he doesn't like.
But that was just to keep all the other high lords in check.
Yeah.
Instead of,
And so, like, part of Aquataine's vibes, the early books, is like, listen, I'm trying to arrange things so that when Gaia snuffs it, I am in charge because there are other people who would suck more if they're in charge. Colaris.
Yes, Colaris. And boy, how
talk about Jim Butcher writing characters that he probably doesn't like and that the audience doesn't like. There are some really shitty people in Codex Alera. Like, I know that there's like some fucking the Vord are very like Zergling-esque and stuff, and there's a lot of like weird bullshit. But most of the time, like, there are some really shitty humans who are just humans. Like,
well, the Vord are scary because they're more akin to like a force of nature. They do not hate, they do not love, they just are.
Yeah, they are an alien invasion threat, literally.
They don't know if Alarians knew the word impact crater. I believe that's also something. Oh, it's a mob roll!
But, like, when I'm trying to think about who are the worst, most hateable villains in the Dresden Files, most of those are supernatural people. Like, who are, like, we talked way earlier about Horizon, right? And,
right.
Like, how the Zeniths are not, like, operating like normal humans anymore because they're, like, literally 1,000 years old. Like, yeah, Nicodemus is a bad dude in the Dresden Files, but he's also been around since, like, the time of Christ, probably. So, yeah, of course, he's bad. He's been hooked up with a demon and working with it for, like, a couple thousand years. I guess even the Necromancers, there's a couple of bad dudes. I won't name names because,
Like, I'm trying to think of anyone that I genuinely dislike. And I'm like,
most of them are villains of the week who usually end up exploded at the end.
Yeah, no, like, most of the... Harry has a understanding, I want to say, with most of, the villains. Because, like, the Winter Queen, he kind of works for her, but, he's definitely not, like...
Well, and this, I mean, this is a later note, but I think it's important to say in retrospect. The talking about the Winter Court and Mab, Mab is a monster, but she's our monster. Like,
yeah.
The Unseelie fairies are serving a purpose in the grand structure of creation. So even if Mab is kind of a butt, it's like, she's working on some stuff.
I mean, I think in the best way, and sorry.
I was just gonna say, people who haven't read the books won't get this, but I guess probably one of the bad ones is the concept of, funnily enough, named Nemesis. It's not its actual name. It's the one that walks beside. I don't remember. It's one of those weird things. That's like an ongoing force that gets introduced way later that is probably influencing a lot of bullshit you've seen already. But also it's very metaphysical, so, it's hard. There's a lot of bad forces in the Dresden Files, I guess is what I want to say, right?
Yeah, no, because I rather like Laura Wraith, personally.
Well, that's Lara's thing.
Yeah.
She's a personable monster. Mm-hmm. She's very civilized.
Yeah, she's gonna kill me with peace.
I love peace. I love that fucking speech too.
Oh, it's so good.
Is that the same time though when Harry dunks on her for saying, "Yeah, I need some mouthwash"? Like,
I think so.
Harry's got some fucking zingers. He knows what's up. He's been in this business a long time.
I still need to know what needs to happen after, because shit has happened, but
yeah.
That whole thing between them two is just like
Well, yeah, one of the big things of the peace talk setup was trying to organize good relations between Winter and White Court. Speaking of courts, though, I guess individual Black Court vampires are, soulless Nosferatu husks, and they're fuckers. We don't see them a lot, though. Like,
you don't see them a lot, but
we haven't punched Mavra's ticket. That's probably because Harry told her to fuck off and never come back. The Red Court suck. but they're also much more of a systemic threat. They just kind of exist for a while. It's like ghouls, right? Like, are ghouls hated villains? Not really. They're just kind of like assholes. They need to eat a lot of meat, so they're usually terrible people.
And the Red Court's just kind of gone. Also,
yeah, we cleaned that one up eventually. That was our like one of our first
Prince. What the
ongoing
fuck?
thread. Oh, I gotta wait for this to show up for me.
It's just a bigger Flan, but that's its name, Flan Prince. Did you just shoot a light beam at me, dog? You did.
I'm gonna watch the footage. Yeah. Yeah. No. That guy shot a beam.
Must be a saber.
Anyway, Jim Butcher, we love your work. Please write more books. I understand you probably want to take a much-deserved rest after churning out like 2 whole-ass books in 2020. But like,
it's 2022 now.
I want to hear from you. Yeah, it's 22.
I don't need the book right now. I just need to know where you're at with it. What's next?
I have a strange feeling something about September because a lot of Jim's books seem to come out in September. Missing 15.
Yeah, no, like this is like one of the things that like is kind of explaining the backstory and stuff and what's happening is you gotta find the lore drops.
This really is just the Dark Souls of Final Fantasy.
If it was Dark Souls, I could actually make a build. Like that's the weird thing. Like even games like Neo, which is arguably the closest that they've gotten to a Soulsborne game, had like, you know, their things for leveling up and like specific setups and builds and stuff. So I'm kind of feeling that Stranger of Paradise is almost in a way a step back, like closer like back to like Ninja Gaiden rather than Neo.
Yeah.
Bonk.
Well, and definitely that seems to be a thing with especially Elden Ring, is there's a lot of people talking about their different builds and excitement for it. Like the game is really thriving on the fact that you can do a lot more variety of things. And also, I've seen some like, once again, the people who make me least want to play Elden Ring sometimes are the people playing Elden Ring. I have seen some like weird internet bullying jokes about like low vigor or something, and I'm just like, I don't understand what's happening here, but I feel like we're just being like weird and sassy for no reason. Is like the vig is, I think, the HP stat. I don't know. Are you making fun of people for not maxing out HP? So interesting. The Overwatch League has no sponsors. Thanks, Twitter.
Oh.
You know, probably for a reason. But like you said, I don't need a book right now, but I would like to know what's up. You know, if you're on book 17 at 25, Jim, you probably want to start trucking a little bit. And who knows? Maybe that's what he's doing. Maybe he's trucking away. I know that like there were a lot of delays on like peace talks and battlegrounds because like he had to have his like house remodeled and he couldn't access his office and it took way longer than it was supposed to. Which I understand. That makes writing difficult when you don't have your workspace. Just a question. Have you heard any comics been coming out still?
I don't know. I haven't heard anything about it.
I know he consults on those. Like, obviously, he wrote the original novel that most of those are adapted from when they're not original stories. There hasn't been a lot of news, like I said, since late last. Cases.
That was a big young marble.
No, looks like the last comic was still Dogman.
Big yawn.
Maybe he's working on the YA spinoff he said he was gonna do.
Why does he? Well, oh, young
with
adult?
Maggie and Mouse.
Oh.
That's something he said he wanted to do.
Yeah, I know, but like this is what I'm talking about. Like,
that's supposed to be co-written with one of his sisters, so he's splitting the work. Also, Jim Butcher has sisters. Didn't know that.
But that's what like. This is why I'm gonna keep wondering about the Cinder Spires because I think it's supposed to be like a 9-book deal.
Christ, that's a lot of books. I was thinking a trilogy.
I don't know where I don't remember where I saw the information, but it's either like a 3 or a 9 book set. And I'm like, Jim, buddy. Oh! That's scary.
Well, we have a title for Forever.
Yeah,
The second book is supposed to be called The Olympian.
Yeah, the Olympian Trials or something like that.
Rude! TV tropes about schedule slip? No. I should link lucky thing about Note of the Night.
I keep
It's
checking.
Dramatis Personae that got published.
Oh, really?
Yes, it's a thing. There's something going on here. I'll put it in.
Oh yeah, by the way, here's something I hate. There's no way to cure yourself of ailments. I just died of poison.
No!
Because there's no Asuna.
There's no Asana?
No.
What the fuck? Come on. It's vital. Anyway, this is Dramatic Personae, aka a list of people invited to a birthday party that includes a list of dogs.
Yeah,
Also, there's some stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of subtext in this article.
Well, if I remember correctly, I think that's a Nona thing. She likes visiting animals.
But there's a lot of other stuff going on in that list. There's 2 names that occur in this list, and I was like, both names, huh?
Wow.
Yeah. It's a wow.
Again, like, by the way, Omega, like, I am pre-ordering you that fucking audiobook the moment it gets fucking... It gets announced. I check Audible constantly. I'm like, is it time now? Is it time?
I should double check when I can version. You know, a rough deal.
I think it's just sometime in September, but I haven't seen, like, any pre-orders for anything come out. Actually, let me... I do want to say, just optimizing equipment means you get some gnarly fucking combinations here.
That may be intentional. Who the fuck knows? Sorry. I guess speaking of authors, there is something that did happen this week. We had a state of play for Hogwarts Legacy.
I still do not care about that game, honestly.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I watched the gameplay footage, and it's weird. This whole thing is weird. I know a lot of other people in this space of like talking about and playing video games are like, this is weird. It's hard to talk about this. I watched the actual like gameplay footage, and it looks like for what they're doing, what Avalanche the game studio is doing, it looks pretty good. It's set in the late 1800s, so it's like before anything related to the books is happening. So you don't have to worry about any of that crossover. It does mean you won't meet all your favorite characters, but you don't have to worry about crossover stuff. You have a weird special power related to ancient magics, so you can touch stuff. And apparently this is involving to the player character will be transferring to Hogwarts late. You'll be starting in your 5th year.
Oh, interesting.
So they get to like age you up a little. You're going to start at age 15. So that gives you kind of an excuse to like be older and maybe need to be introduced to some aspects of the world and the gameplay and stuff, but also gives you an excuse to like go on adventures on your own because you're just catching up, bro. You get sorted into a house and you get to hang out in the common rooms, and there's like big systems for like you get to learn spells to be a better duelist. You can grow potions and plants and help magical creatures. Like, and you get to like just wander around. You get to make friends. Like, it looks like if they're doing the thing that you would want out of this kind of video game really well. Which is why it's like hella awkward. I've noticed that Harry Potter's not even in the name of the game. It's just called Hogwarts Legacy. It's like WB Games or like Harry Potter Presents, but it's in a weird space. Depending on how the game turns out, it's supposed to be releasing holiday this year, I think they've announced. I think I may still want to pick up this game. But also that makes me feel kind of weird, because, you know, if you guys don't know, J.K. Rowling spends a lot of her time these days writing apparently mediocre mystery novels and saying stuff on Twitter that people don't agree with. And I kind of don't agree with the stuff that she says, you know, some of her remarks that she's made. And I also don't think that anybody died and made her an authority on anything, actually, also. So that's just a me kind of a thing. So it's kind of awkward to be, like, seeing this game that's of this franchise that, like so many other people, when I was a kid, Harry Potter was big. I was 10 when the first one came out. You know? And this, like, really detailed, like, role-playing game about going to Hogwarts is, like, that's exactly what I wanted to do as a kid, what a lot of people who were following this series wanted to do. And, like, I don't want the fact that Joanne's being kind of an asshole to, like, affect how I feel about this franchise that I liked, right? It's like, some people say, you know, I mean, it's still very confusing, but, like, so people have some opinions about Michael Jackson. Are you going to deny, like, Smooth Criminal or Thriller? No, the music is still good, and that's always the weirdest shit. It's, you know, we talk about, like, Jim Butcher. Like, if Jim Butcher wrote the Dresden Files, all 25 novels, and then he wrote boring books and was an asshole to people on Twitter, would I stop liking the Dresden Files? Probably not. Also, I don't think Jim Butcher's going to do that, though, because he's talked about how, like, he has a lot of, like, Harry's personality aspects, or his personality aspects. That's how he writes them so easily, so I think it's probably going to be okay.
He's a bit of a snarker.
Yeah, so, like, I don't think that'll happen, but it's like an example I would go to as, like, how I feel about this. And, like, I think there's a really big article, I think, on GameSpot that kind of, like, breaks down, like, why this is a complicated issue for a lot of people and have complicated feelings, and how maybe you should, you know, some information you might want to need and stuff. And, like, I think it ends, though, on a note that is kind of reflects my own opinion, which is basically, like, if you're interested in this game, Hogwarts Legacy, and you want to buy it, you're not a bad person. Because, like, there's so much stuff going on here. Like, fucking J.K. Rowling's already been paid the licensing agreement. She might get residuals, right? But she's already fucking rich. And not buying this game is not going to make her unrich. Right?
Yeah.
Like, that's not how it works, unfortunately. I know. And there's probably a lot of people who worked on this game and put their heart and soul in it because, like I said, it looks like it's doing all the right things. There's enthusiasm here and passion. And, like, they probably deserve some reward for doing all that hard work, despite the fact that a lot of people went, you know, pull the collar about this game. So I agree with this point that was made in this article. I don't think you're a bad person. I mean, obviously, like I said, I think I'm probably going to pick it up if it doesn't, like... I'm going to wait till it actually comes out and people actually give, like, honest reviews, right? Like,
Right.
Gameplay footage looks like they're doing the right things, but it could all just be a smokescreen. You don't fucking know with video games these days, you know. Be informed, y'all. Like, I actually think, like, from what I've played from the demo, well, like he said, I'm interested in Strangers of Paradise. I'm probably not going to pick it up right away, mostly because I'm looking at my bank account, looking at other games I need to pick up. And I really do. I've seen enough of gameplay and other footage of Tokyo Ghostwire to be like, no, I absolutely want to play this game. But what you should be aware is, like, don't do any, like, whataboutism or anything, like... I think the important thing is to have complicated feelings about, like, Hogwarts Legacy. And like games like it. Like, if you feel weird about buying Blizzard Activision games because of all the stuff there, right? Or buying Ubisoft games because there's occasionally stories about how some of their studios are not the most cool working environments. Like, have those complicated thoughts. I think it says something way more about a person if you can just go, ooh, shiny thing, I click, I buy, and not think about, like, where this thing came from or how it was made, right? So... yeah, that's just kind of where I'm at, and like I said, I'll keep an eye on the game, because, like, that's got the stuff. It's got the stuff I want, probably. And, you know, like I said, I don't want the fact that, like, I don't agree with J.K. Rowling's opinions on stuff to stop me from liking a thing she made and does not have direct input on. Like, it's not the same thing, but it's the same. Well, okay, I said it was the same. It's not the same level of stuff, but it's the same kind of thing where, like, J.K. Rowling also just goes on Twitter and drops, like, fucking deep lore facts that nobody likes. Like, Hufflepuffs engage in mutual masturbation or whatever, and I'm just like, Rowling, I didn't need to know that. Nobody needed to know that. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Did she actually say that?
Yes!
Oh my god.
Yes, she said that. She also said that, like, before they installed the bathrooms in Hogwarts, you would just, piss your robes and magic it away. They didn't have chamber pots or something. And I'm just like, Rowling, shut up. Nobody cares. I know your mystery novels apparently are not the critical acclaim that you want, but, like, stop. And that's another thing. Like, cynically, I feel like the reason J.K. Rowling raises so much of a fuss on Twitter about political stuff is because that's the way that she gets attention, because now that she's not writing Harry Potter, people don't care as much. Like, she just makes up weird lore facts nobody likes and publishes mystery novels that are apparently not very well received. And also have some arguably probably pretty scummy stuff about how, like, there's serial killers who, like, cross-dress so they can get access to killing women more easily. Which, as a criminal justice major, by the way, is not supported by evidence very strongly, okay? That's not, like, a thing. As far as we know, in a structural sense. So, like, I don't know. I'm gonna follow the game and see what happens. And I'll be wearing Scarlet like I will. Gryffindor for life. But we'll see where it goes. I've been doing a lot of, like, sitting and staring at my ceiling after watching that gameplay video. I was just like, damn, this looks so cool. I feel so weird about this. So, if you also have complex feelings, you're not alone. It's weird. We live in weird times. It's like how I can't listen to that one Sabaton song about, like, the Russians defeating the Nazis because I'm like, man, I have weird feelings about this whole thing now. There's this thing going on with Russia that's, like, really awkward. But also, like, Nazis aren't cool. It's weird. Life's weird right now. It's like Lucky, we talked about, like, we want to go to, like, China and do the Quen stuff. Like, depending on how they take that could also lead to weird vibes because, like, China also does some stuff I don't agree with some human rights and things. And we can say that. We don't give a shit. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's, we're getting into weirder and weirder times where, like, yeah, it's a great song. It's just, like I said, it made me feel awkward listening to it because that's the one that's about tanks. And that's kind of relevant for me for other stuff that I will probably talk about in a second to switch subjects. Also, in general, most Sabaton music is really great. Love Bismarck. You can take that one out of context, too, even though I don't play Azure Lane anymore.
I mean, you should love Bismarck. Damn it!
I wonder if Azure Lane's Bismarck would like the Sabaton song Bismarck. Probably. It's pretty fucking metal.
I mean, Azure Lane is a bit aware. Like I said, they actually had to cancel the comment on the Russian ships during the last event.
Yeah. Anyway, I think I can use this to pivot. I think part of the reason why I'm kind of excited about this game is because, if you guys don't know, I don't know if I've ever mentioned this before, but if I have a bucket list for tabletop campaigns I want to run, I think there's 3 things on it. 1, I want to run a Noble Houses game. And which, if you don't know what I mean by that, it's basically like, y'all ever heard of Game of Thrones? It'd be like that. Like, I've always been fascinated with the concept of, like, playing out the members of a noble house in a territory dealing with all that feudal politics shit we were talking about earlier. And then, like, how do we do that? And then the reason how you keep all the players together is you make them all, like, part of the family or attendants of the house or whatever. Oh, they did? Nice. Sick. Didn't even notice that. That's not usually what I pay attention to on Azure Lane's Twitter.
I'm sorry, I don't even pay attention to Azure Lane. I pay attention to Bakdo's Twitter, by the way.
I mean, that's a good Twitter to pay attention to, y'all. It's a pretty solid one. I do get some Azure Lane news there occasionally. But yeah, so one of the games I want to run at some point is a Noble Houses game. And, like, I'm not fussy about the setting. I could do it, like, more European fantasy, or I could just run it in, like, L5R. That's another very popular, like, L5R campaign structure is, okay, one of you is the daimyo, and the rest of you are, like, his inner circle, his, Hatamotos and whatever. And, like, let's go.
I'm sorry, I heard Hatamotos, and I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, Hatamoto.
No, Hatamoto, yeah, it's not Hatamoto.
I mean, you could also play the Daimyo's Hashimoto. I don't know. Immediate family would be open. Another thing I want to run is just like Ace Combat. Basically, I like fighters. That's probably going to be Star Wars. I've got like a whole document, a sprawling overhaul document to make that one work. I'll bust that one out sometime. But the other one is, again, you know, Sorcerer's Stone or Philosopher's Stone, whichever one you want to call it, came out when I was like 10. So I've always been fascinated with the like Mage Academy game concept. Like that's always, I don't have any like hard and fast ideas for what I want to do there. You know, I don't even know like what systems I would use or whatever. But that is an idea I've always liked and would like to probably run as a campaign sometime, and to do like, hey, you are wizard students, here is your classes, and like go nuts, and probably actually structure it like, you know, you get benefits and you learn stuff from classes or whatever. Though I would also say that would be just as much influenced by the fact that I also played Grim Grimoire at a young age, and that game was rad. Vanillaware, where's my Grim Grimoire remaster?
I actually need to get that game. I think that's one of the few ones Vanillaware games I didn't have. I was actually able to, because I have Odin Sphere, I have Dragon's Crown. I was able to get Musashi Demon Slayer on the Wii.
Odin Sphere is one person.
Yeah, but I've never played, like, Grim Grimoire is still on my list of Vanillaware games to get. Because I love Vanillaware games. They're great, and often they're very pretty, and, you know, sometimes...
Yeah, they have a distinct art style. It's pretty rad. You can check it out.
And sometimes it's very sexy. This pleases me.
Yeah, but that game was also something I was super into, and that's set at like a wizard school, and you do stuff. And also, speaking of Ace Combat, dear Ace Combat guys, can you make a new Ace Combat, please?
Isn't that Konami? Who does Ace Combat?
I think it's Bandai Namco is the parent company, but
who does Ace Combat?
Ace Combat by Bandai Namco Entertainment, formerly of Namco.
Oh, okay.
Is it just... Yeah, I think it's just Bandai Namco Studios. I'll admit, I mean, it's not... We're not quite at the gap between Ace Combat Infinity and Ace Combat 7, because that was... Infinity was 2014 and 7 was 2019. But it has been 3 years, and you guys are still releasing DLC, and it's like the 25th year or something. Yeah, it's the 25th year, because the first Air Combat, which was kind of where the game started, was 1995. And then the second game was Ace Combat 2, which is weird, because the first one's called Air Combat. I don't know. But, like, can you, like, remaster those old games I haven't played, or come out with AC-8 or something? Like, Ace Combat's cool. And I wanna play more of it. And possibly play some of it on stream. Give me co-op. Give me co-op for, first of all, give me 2-player co-op for Horizon 3.
Well,
the other
actually,
person can be beta.
Well, apparently there is some co-op. Apparently, I'm not sure exactly how it works, but one person can control your mount. Another person can control your mount while you're riding on horseback, apparently. Yeah,
the pilot mode. Weird.
It is weird.
But it's an interesting concept. I mean, they could go further. We could, like, actually straight up do, like, duo. But also, give me some fucking multiplayer, give me some co-op play in Ace Combat. Keep thinking about that. Technically...
Well, you mean like a co-pilot or like a separate pilot?
Oh, like wingman stuff.
Sick.
I don't know if being a like, first of all, you'd be stuck to 2-seaters, but
yeah, I
don't know if it would work out. Like, I'm constantly on the edge of those, you know, flying Spanish guitar vibes. It's interesting. I've done AC7 before on the channel. I streamed it on my own before. I never did do the DLC mission on stream. I've done them before. You've been to new DLC pack. I don't know if people will be interested in like a revisit. I streamed it back with like shittier audio equipment and without Lucky. So I don't know if having Lucky as my literal co-pilot would, you know, to like talk about how bullshit it is and also do the DLC missions would be worth it to you guys. Let me know. That's not high on my priority list. We're probably gonna take like 1 or 2 more streams to finish Lost Legacy. I'm gonna say 2 because like there was an open world segment in the first session we played that we got really lost in because it was
open world.
Once again, Uncharted, super cool, very engrossing, great. Lost Legacy's pretty rad. If you haven't watched that stream, go check it out. But yeah, so those are like I've got some like tabletop game concepts I really want to get in there. The Noble Houses thing is also kind of funny because I did play a little triangle strategy.
Oh, you didn't actually was able to actually crack it open.
Yeah. Not very far, but I got through like some of the first couple maps and story stuff. Shout out to my boy Serenoa. He runs up to two ladies being hemmed in by bandits on a dock, and he doesn't even know one of them is his beautiful pink-haired fiance. He just lays out a bandit with a single sword stroke. What do you think you're doing? Slash. The art style is pretty dynamic. And I played the demo. The core gameplay's good. Also, I appreciate that I played the demo because I can just skip all the tutorials. It's like, here's how you do movement selection. I'm like, yeah, I played this. I know what's up.
Yeah, I do believe that they said that you could just start your game from the save demos, from your save data.
Yeah, I did not do the second demo, so I didn't do that part. So I started right from the first chapter. But I still remember the controls and stuff, and it's okay. I want to get those vibes. So I'm sure I'll probably be playing more of it off and on. Though I'm also, in the build-up for Olympus, I am doing lots of a free quest. Quest? Or the free quest.
Quartz for quest. Quest for quartz. Quartz, please.
It's very important. Gotta get quartz.
Bitch.
But, yeah, I talked about the tank thing earlier. So we're going back to Star Wars after like a month and a half off. That's gonna be interesting. I expect a lot of bumbling because not only have we not played the Star Wars RPG in a while, but also we're probably going to be leaning, at least for parts of it, very heavily on the vehicle combat stuff, which we have not done a lot of in all 90 sessions of this, and we don't have historically not been the best at running smoothly. So we're going to see how that goes, but I'm done with all the context of the writing. I just need to write a couple of adversary profiles, and I got all the vehicle stuff out of the way. It's just some of the extra stuff. You know, if you guys stumble into a horrifying jungle creature in the Ash Jungle. So it should be fun. I did manage to, because I talked a little bit about my design when I started on Monday. I did manage to dig up lore-wise something I could use, because we've always talked about this, right, where like, I don't know why, but it seemed like Fantasy Flight is very nervous about actually letting you fight real vehicles on foot. And I don't know, maybe it's just because they don't want you to be able to take those weapons you can shoulder fire and use them on dudes, which I kind of appreciate, but also doesn't fucking matter because a regular missile tube nukes dudes anyway, but also you get bullied by a Marlboro.
A little bit, yes.
Mabulio. But also just the way the fucking damage curve works in the game, you're OP on people anyway. Not perfectly OP. I did manage to, the last time we had a big boss fight, I did actually manage to stymie the players a little bit. So, like, there are limits to even your, 90 sessions worth characters. But in general, like, man-portable launchers are kind of shit.
It's a volcano!
It's a volcano.
Chaos.
A fire guy in there. But just the way the numbers line up as like, this is a tank, this is a weapon that's supposed to take out a tank. They don't work. They don't work like that. Even when in fiction, like, missile launchers are pretty good in Star Wars. Like, shoulder-fired units can take out like basic starfighters and some aircraft and stuff, and even like, crappy like civilian starships like light freighters and stuff can be punched up. And I guess, with a little bit of the breach, you can do some of the damage, and then you can argue that you can put it a crit in, but just the chip damage don't work very good. And I'm definitely going to steal somebody's Genesis hack rule for a quality called Destructive to make your damage better against vehicles. I can't do it now, because if I just did the translation of that quality to our, like I said, 90 sessions worth of characters, almost 100 sessions, that would still be fucking busted. Like, you guys would be absolutely one-shotting every tank, or at least the characters who are good at shooting rocket launchers would. Because, again, damage curves, skill curves, they're very, very spicy in this.
Spicy.
Pretty big. Big damage. Big damage, no whammy. So, I can't quite go that far, but I was able to, thankfully, through the power of...
Sorry if I'm not playing. I have to keep petting this dog, otherwise she's going to lose her goddamn mind.
Dog.
It's
okay. You've been playing for like 3 hours. But thankfully, through the power of Star Wars nerdism, I was able to like look through all the launchers of things and find something I could conceivably stat that would work for purposes of shooting tanks. There is the Mini-Mag man-portable proton torpedo launcher. It's a shoulder-fired miniature proton torpedo launcher, so it's good for vehicles, right? Proton torpedoes are busted. And thankfully, there was an author who put it in a Clone Wars novel, so I was like, cool, got it, thanks.
It's official.
Donezo. No need to fluff anything. Because there were other, like, portable proton torpedo launchers, but they were usually on stuff like the Empire's, like, era space troopers, which actual space stormtroopers are, like, guys in, like, one-man spaceship hard suits, right?
Right.
So I was like, okay, that doesn't really work. That's, like, 10 or 20 years in the future. That's kind of a stretch. But no, this is something that was supposed to be, available through the Clone Wars and even beyond. So I was like, okay, this works. So I kind of like, compress the damage numbers down. It's got like breach 3, so that's, that's really all you need is just a decent number of breach, and you can be like, whoa, that's crazy, that's so much armor. Yeah, that doesn't matter for people with soak. 1 breach is enough to just delete anybody's soak, basically. So I don't know why we don't have man-portable guns with breach higher than 2, so we can actually like hurt vehicles.
Listen, we've been playing very hard, and I've tried very, very hard to get, 10 soak. It's very hard.
Yeah, no. I mean, like, you're crazy tanky, but...
Like,
I mean, you can still hit a person with it. It's only, like, inaccurate 1. Though you're firing at the same silhouette target. But it's not... Once again, at the level of personal scale, there's mechanically no difference between Breach 1 and Breach 3. Most enemies you fight will not have that much soak. And if they do, they're probably a giant fucking monster. In which case, yes, I'd want my, monster-killing gun to be more effective, thank you.
Thank you.
So, yeah, and unfortunately, like, I don't know why they did this. I assume it was just part of the early scaling of, like, things and just not thinking about how stuff stacks up. Because, honestly, because they started with, like, Edge of the Empire, tanks and stuff and, like, combat vehicles didn't release, other than starfighters, obviously, didn't really start showing up until later game systems, after which, like, the missile tube stats and some of the stuff was already established, and they didn't really take any opportunity to fix it. And honestly, they've kind of done some of this stuff dirty. Like, in older RPGs and fluff stuff, there were actual, like, there are shoulder-fired anti-walker missiles. One of which is name-dropped in a section on alternate missile types. Guess what? It's name-dropped under concussion missiles, which are actually statted shittier to hurt vehicles. Thanks for that, guys, for including that name from historical settings and make it not do the thing it's literally supposed to do. Cool. I guess you just looked up lists of concussion missiles. That one nettled me a little when I was like, I found that this was sourced in a FFG RPG book, and I'm like, oh my god, hold on, am I saved? Do I have a solution? No. It's just a name they drop for concussion missiles, like the shoulder-fired variety, and I'm like, that doesn't help. That's worse. Those are shittier at defeating armor. I can't believe you took this thing that's actually supposed to, like, attack armored vehicles, and we're like, nah, fam. Luckily, like I said, I dug my way out of it. The Mini-Mag is not, like, perfect. They're supposed to not, like, have special targeting options or very big targeting packages, and so it's got, like, only, like, guided 2, and it's inaccurate 1. It's kind of clumsy. It's, like, slow firing. You do have a mag of 7 rounds, so that's cool. Fucking expensive, but, you can get them for free for certain missions. So I was able to, like, figure out a man-portable launcher you guys can use. I'm gonna guess you guys are probably gonna end up using TX-30 Saber tanks, because the way that is crewed, like, works out perfectly for our play group. Mm-hmm. It's got 4 crew slots, pilot, co-pilot, gunner, and commander. So it's just like, okay, that's perfect. Webu and Camo sit up front as the 2 pilots. Boots gets to sit in the turret cupola, and Arama gets to sit in the commander seat and yell at everybody. Works out.
What do the Saber tanks look like again?
Pull up it. They're the low, kind of bleedy boys. Maybe that
I wonder if they have a
miniature image. Star Wars Legion. I can post it. What's up? Here's the miniature with gunner attached. Now, allegedly, this thing has slots for 2 passengers. I'm gonna say that even though they don't explicitly note that, which is funny because the Separatist main tank, the AAT-1, explicitly notes the passengers, like 6 of them, have to stand on the outside. I'm gonna say that there's no way you can fit 2 extra dudes in this thing's chassis. They gotta sit on the running boards.
Yeah, no, like I'm looking at this thing, like the turret operator ain't protected. He has to. That's his whole body out.
He has to be turned out, as they say. And since you guys are going into possibly a slightly hazardous environment, I suspect that some of the time Boots will probably actually be like sitting down in there. I think the commander like rides behind the gunner, judging by like some of the cross sections I've seen. But there's space out. You see 2 windows, so that's pilot and co-pilot are sitting up front, right?
Oh, this is gonna be cramped.
Yeah. Okay. And once again, allegedly, according to the stats, you can plug an astromech into this thing somewhere. I am once again like, fucking where? I don't know. But at the very least, the fact that it definitely has 4 crew slots, and they are the slots I have mentioned, does work out for our player party, right?
Right.
So, and obviously, as we noted, the turret gunner is just exposed. He's just hanging his top half out of there. Though the Saber tank is shielded, it does have a defense rating.
Oh, sick.
So he's got probably a little bit of ambient protection hanging out there. But that also means that like that guy can theoretically, if the turret gun isn't what he needs, he can theoretically reach down and grab a different gun and like shoot out the top, you know. No, there's 2 hull-mounted guns and there's a turret-mounted gun. You can see the image in the Tabletop Cabal X. So there's 2 hull-mounted guns, which the pilot or co-pilot can presumably activate as gunner weapons. There's a top turret, which is controlled by the turret gunner. And then you have missile launchers and the sponsons. Well, you also ask, can the pilots fire the gun? You can look at so you can see the hull-mounted. I do not know. I guess you're right. That's supposed to be in that overhang area, but according to the cross-section I've seen, that little bulge at the back behind the turret hatch, that's the commander cupola.
It's so weird.
The commander sits in that seat right in the back. So I do not know where the astromech goes, and you don't see an astromech slot in this design. So I don't know if that was a thing that was in like maybe a different design, because the Saber tank is fairly well known. It appeared in a lot of early video games in the Clone Wars era. It was in the OG Battlefronts. They even put it in the new Battlefronts. I don't think it actually showed up like in the Clone Wars TV series anywhere.
Oh shit.
But like Fantasy Flight Games was able to produce a miniature for Star Wars Legion, so like it's very well known. Its design is kind of iconic. There's an Imperial later version, the like 2M tank, which has an enclosed turret on top. But I think that's its only weapon other than the missile launchers. The way the missile launchers are stored, though, those are at the back of those blades, so that probably means that you need your infantry to dismount if you want to fire the rockets. Because they would have to sit on the launchers. But that is literally the only space I can think that a human could fit on this thing. Other than, I guess you could lay down under the driver windows.
Oh,
but there's nothing
that Tomberry went flying.
Woo! Yeah, he did. Yeet. But yeah, so I've done a decent amount of looking at these things. The saber tanks are a little interesting. They have only like armor 2 because they're supposed to be like light and fast tanks. But they have shields and they also have a fairly decent hull threshold.
Mm-hmm.
So you know they're robust without making you guys feel like we've got armor 5, we're fucking invincible. Like maybe I don't know, Sierra Bobel. I'm not gonna make you guys leave that one behind, but I'm definitely. We've discussed this before. Sierra Bobel's fucking huge. It's tall. You are not going to be able to sneak up on anybody in that thing. And so you probably want to leave that one at your rear echelons because this is technically, while you are destroying an enemy armored unit, they're supposed to be prisoners of war at the site. So you should not saturation bomb it. And you probably don't want to like let the enemy know you're coming from like 2 miles away because your giant murder box is just fucking up the jungle. But also, you have to transport prisoners back, so you probably want your giant murder box. We'll discuss the exact logistics and placement as we get in there. The other thing is that because of their silhouette size, saber tanks work for squadron rules, because you can do squadrons with ground vehicles, so you can squad up with other tanks to get like support stuff. So I hope we can do some fun, tanky things and actually explore the space. while not a full encounter table, I didn't do my random encounters chart. I did design special threat charts for this area for fun things, like getting bogged down in mud mixed with volcanic ash, which is like cement. Or, you know, I really hope Boots rolls some threats and he can get bit by a poisonous snake.
Yes, gotta keep him poisoned and needled.
Yeah,
it's important.
And if he's in the gunner cupola, you know, he's in that top turret, he's got the hatch out. Of course he would get bit. He's just hanging out there.
I just need a snake to fall on him.
Yeah. Hey, we'll see. It's on the chart. And some other stuff playing around with, like, you know, volcanic. Because this is set in the ash jungle area, which is supposed to be like downwind from a volcanic ridge. So there's big, intimidating volcanic mountains in there. There's like intermittent clouds of ash and volcanic lightning, right? So it's like really cool. I expect everything to be like slightly grayscale. There's a reason why you guys won't be able to just airdrop tanks on the target, because if people in real life don't know, volcanic ash is really bad for like air intakes and exhaust ports and stuff. Like, it's very bad for planes and helicopters. And even with space technology, a lot of like even small fighters, but also air speeders have like air intakes, power turbines, thrusters, and stuff that can get gummed up. I believe that the Saber tank should be fairly okay. I think it's completely enclosed, and it's powered entirely by repulsor technology. It's pure anti-grav. So long as you tell the gunner to sit down and close the hatch, you know, you're in a fairly enclosed space. And I had a lot of fun, like, working with, you know, enemy vehicles, making up some, like, alternate vehicles, like some shitty technicals for you guys to fight. You know, digging up some stats, doing some other fun stuff. I also got to work on my radiation tools. I warned you about heavy metals, dog. And also the presence of, like, radiological weapons. I am kind of trying to get across as we get to the climax here that the Separatists are feeling kind of desperate. Like, expect several of these upcoming scenarios to involve them really throwing everything they got at the wall. But yeah, we'll hopefully slide right into that on Sunday.
Yeah, I think it has been a while.
Yeah.
But
we'll get to have all our fun logistics and mission planning.
Yeah, I don't know if it'll necessarily be, what's the word I want to use, difficult to get back into. I mean, we've been playing the characters so long that we know what we're about. I think we'll just slide right back into that.
Yeah, I think mostly the difficulty will be more plot based. Like, okay, what were you doing? Where are we at? What is going on? Mm-hmm. At least being Clone Wars, right? Like the vibes will, you know, actually work out there. As for how shielded is the tank, I mean, you've got like armor 2 and deflector shield, so probably pretty. I think it's supposed to be sealed. Saber
I mean, if we got squadron rules, we'll just eat up other tanks. That's something I definitely want to start doing.
Yeah, that was speaking of that. You want to talk about like deflecting onto other people, right?
Yeah.
That was definitely something I was thinking of because, like I said, they were prisoners, and I'm like, well, I want there to be clone prisoners, but how many clones have you guys actually lost? It's not a lot. You're usually pretty OP.
Yeah, that's
a couple, because I do have some reasons. You've had some aircraft get shot down,
yeah.
And I can spoil it because it'll be part of it. One of the plot things is there's going to be a commando who actually got captured because he's doing recon on that river fortress that you guys haven't decided to handle yet.
Oh, yeah. So
he was an advanced element out in front doing combat recon and got captured, so he's going to have mission intelligence, you know. You gotta work with.
Gotta work with it. But that's one of those things, like, again, like, we're supposed to be playing that war story of, you know, slowly grinding us down, and, well, maybe not grinding us down, but, you know, like, we've taken very few losses. Like,
yeah.
Mostly we get maybe, like, a bloody nose, and then we turn around and we, you know, just curb stomp somebody. So...
And like... I will say, what little losses we've taken are sometimes, like, dramatic. Like, I remember when you actually used the squad rules, you had a clone take a ballista for you because taking a ballista would not have been fun.
No.
And that was, like, really dramatic as he literally pushes you out of the way and is deleted.
Deleted.
But there's definitely, like, you guys, as you said, you've mostly gotten bloody noses, and a lot of your losses are more, like, just personal or, like... not really emotional, but like mental. Like Arma has to deal with fire a lot. It's because the enemy has a complex relationship with her and also with fire.
Yeah.
So like there's a lot of fire vibes. There may or may not be some flame projectors hiding around. Though what I actually want to bring back is I want to bring back a variation of those stun guns that really fucked you up on the Wreck of the Republic 4. That's a very iconic moment. So I'm like, can I bring that vibe back? I think makes sense also for a prison. They have, riot control weapons.
All right, hang on. I'll be right back, by the way.
Okay, Lucky will be right back. But yeah, it's kind of interesting in this plotting thing. Like I said, they're, clone prisoners. Like, you guys don't take a lot of losses. Yeah, those were called deck sweepers. So these guns will probably not be exactly identical to that. I will probably have to do a little bit of upscan. But, definitely in that same vein of stun cannons or suppression guns. The actual... Well, I mean, you've got Soak as well, because it's still stun damage. But it's probably a little... Or maybe I'll just give you radiation poisoning. I'm also going to put in radiation launchers, because those are real. Those are a real separatist thing. In case you forgot how bad these guys are, that's a real thing in the fiction. Battle droid with radiation guns. Grenade launchers, technically, but, like, they explode with radiation. It's green. It's bad. It's real bad news bears. But yeah, that was definitely something in the writing that was a little interesting to talk to the players in the audience. Is like, you've got to work in there. I mean, you can. Well, actually, I don't know if you have an expanded player's guide, but I'm basically taking the radiation sickness rules from a Genesis supplement because, hey, guess what? Even though there's like anti-radiation like racial features and like armor implants and stuff, I couldn't find anywhere in like the GM Holocron or core books where like radiation as an environmental hazard is handled. Thanks, Fantasy Flight Games.
All right, what
If
you yelling
it does
about?
exist, it's probably. I was talking about how I had to once again go to Genesis for how radiation actually works. Because there are species who are radiation resistant, much like there are cold and heat resistant species and stuff. And there's an armor mod to give you radiation shielding. In the GM Holocron and in the core books, I don't think there's any notes about radiation as an environmental hazard. You just know it can happen. If there are rules for it, it must be buried in like a specific place book or an adventure or something that I just don't recall. So I had to go to Genesis, which does actually, because the Expanded Player's Guide has the post-APOC setting, has rules for shit like dehydration, starvation, exhaustion, and radiation poisoning, which I will be leaning heavily on for this, because radiation launchers are real and they can hurt you.
That's terrifying.
Yeah, once again, like, the Separatists are just war crimes are us. Like, they mass-produce a man-portable radiation grenade launcher and give it to troops because droids aren't as affected by ionizing radiation. Those filthy meatbags are, though. Your tank should probably be sufficiently insulated. I don't think they have like, a breach or anything, so you should be fine in behind a couple of layers of Durasteel. If you have to dismount, though, which you might, like for example, if you get embedded in mud or something.
Oh, excuse me. I'm not actually that sure how radiation poisoning, how quickly that sets on. Actually, how does radiation damage work?
Okay, so the way that it works in the book and the way I'll be using, and you guys can actually look this up right now because I retroactively added it to my radiation launcher homebrew rule. You make a resilience check. It's usually hard, but it can be different depending on how you're doing things. And the way it works is when you're exposed to an acute source or when you expend a day in a place with heavy ambient radiation, you roll your resilience check. If you fail, you reduce your wound and strain threshold by 1 until you can get it removed per level of radiation poisoning. If you ever get enough radiation poisoning that you're at 0 wounds and strain, you are dead.
Wow, that's terrifying.
Yeah. Very Fallout-y, like, rad level type stuff, right?
Yeah.
And I think I used similar rules in 4 Explorer, actually, for radiation poisoning. As far as I know, and I think I learned this most from Eclipse Phase, there's 2 kinds of, like, actual radiation poisoning. There's acute radiation poisoning, which is you get blasted with, like, a lot of ionizing radiation. Like, you're close to an actively emitting certain radiation waves. And this is just bad for you. Like your organs are damaged. You basically fall ill. It makes you less healthy, less resilient. So it's modeled in Star Wars, and I think like what it did for 4X by your HP pool is reduced. You are able to take less damage because you are physically weak. And if you get too much of it, you go into shock and die, basically. The long-term effects, like actually developing like cancer or bone disease or something, that takes like months and months of gradual exposure.
Okay.
I would say it gets treated with a medicine check. Probably the way I'm going to rule it is, while you can probably like sleep it off and just drink plenty of water and stuff and take like normal stuff, somebody can also probably make a medicine roll on you where like number of successes removes so many layers of radiation poisoning. They actually like shoot you up full of anti-rad drugs and stuff. Which in this case, because you're in a sci-fi setting, works. I do believe getting cleaned up from radiation poisoning is a little bit harder in real life, though you can actually take some tablets which basically like absorb the radiation. Yeah, but we'll see how that one goes. I was able to do some unique environmental hazards, do some unique environmental stuff. That's something I really like, is just coming up with cool new places for you to have action scenes in.
Yeah.
And new things for you to have action scenes with, like, tanks. Like that's going to be the last big one is River Fortress, the siege mission, obviously, which I will go into detail later. Which is going to be kind of, a cool thing. You guys have never really attacked an enemy, like, stronghold that way before. Like, most enemy bases you guys fight are, like, concealed.
That's true.
Or are temporary.
Well, this might be... Well, this is one of the things that we've talked about. We don't actually know how we're going to deal with said River Fortress.
Yeah. Oh, and I haven't even... I know in my mind, like, the rough idea is, like... probably like big tall walls built into a natural rock formation. And you guys would know this because you would have like rough intel. My idea is that it's going to be probably like on the coast of a bend in the river. So there's a spot where like strategically it has like a lot of viewpoints on the river, and the river narrows. So it's like it's a really good point to control. And they'll have probably like big doors and ramps they can lift. They'll have some like artillery pieces so they can shoot back at you. And then it'll be like, okay, how do we get in? Do we wait like a week for some guys to go like the long ass way around to climb over the mountains on the other side and like rappel in? Which is probably going to be a legitimate strategy, but it's going to take you a long ass time and be very dangerous because you're going to be rappelling in on a naked mountainside.
Nah, we're going to Halo in.
Yeah, you could probably try a paradrop. They have AA, but that's part of the paradrop aesthetic. Mm-hmm. I'll also give you access to tools. Thanks to strategy games, there is a thing called an energy pummel, which basically is just like a laser grinder.
What?
Like it just creates a field of energy between 2 points like a window or screen and just rubs it on surfaces to slowly disintegrate them. It's called a pummel. It's basically like a Star Wars siege weapon.
Well, a pummel's a real thing, but like I'm just
they call it an energy pummel specifically.
Yeah.
So yeah, this thing just like slowly shaves away and melts layers. So like if you guys want to go full fucking battering ram, you could just, okay, they're gonna get some combat engineers, we'll just fucking rub our energy pummels on their walls until they give up. Probably deal with enemy sorties, all that kind of fun stuff. You have a tunneling company, maybe you'll tunnel. I don't know, we'll see. I'll plan some defenses for, on the walls below and above, and we'll work it out. I gotta like actually sketch out what the plan is.
No, clearly we need to do espionage and disguise ourselves. No, that would not work. Surprise inspection. Oof. Oh, those tacos were spicy. Spicy tacos.
Yeah, we've gone for about 3 hours. I think that's everything I had on my mind. Unless there's any thoughts about Delta Green when you finish, you want to pop out there. We did a lot of, as I said, post-game carnage, some of which is recorded, so you can check it out.
Well, now that we've played like a good amount of Delta Green, how many sessions was
Operation 6 total?
Yeah, okay.
So Bigfoot was 2, Moonrat was 4.
Yeah, so now that we're 6 sessions into Delta Green, I definitely say we can have a lot of us have a pretty good handle on the system and whatnot. But it's that moment when you actually start understanding the system is usually when you start seeing like the biggest glare, like the biggest problem.
Yeah, you see its limitations.
Yeah.
I mean, we've talked about this at length with Star Wars, right? Like, we've played a shitload of it, so we know where the system is just, like, it just doesn't work well.
Yeah. Like, we noticed this, like, you know, talking about gear and stuff. We were actually talking about this earlier, how we think it's weird that we go immediately to pipe bomb and we don't have Molotovs, although Molotov is...
Oh, yeah, in my mind, making a Molotov cocktail is, like, the way more common thing for you to do as, like, a weird Mythos investigator, right?
Yeah.
Like, just get some gasoline and put it in a vodka bottle with a rag. Boom. Fire. Fire cleanses. And like I said, it's not like it's hard to improv. They do have different like stats for some incendiary weapons, so I think it just like
again, that's the
works.
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing of like tabletop in general that people need to be reminded of. I do think is that tabletop books are at best, even though they're like rule books, they're at best guides. Like a book cannot literally account for every single situation that a player may conceive of.
And even if the guys writing the book thought of those things, they sometimes don't have the space to talk about it. Like I know this is a problem with some of the RPG systems that Fantasy Flight was doing before they switched over to Edge, and Edge hasn't published anything yet. Hopefully, Twilight Imperium soon. God damn it! I want more. I like the Genesis system. I want more space stuff. I literally want to look at this book and decide if I want to write my own RPG for space truckers, or if I want to, which would probably be % based, or if I want to use Genesis, because I write a lot of Genesis hacks that I don't get to playing. We'll test Genesis sometime. We gotta. Like I said, I'm pretty sure I know where the rough ending current of Star Wars is. I have like a handful more. Like I think one full wave more of side missions of like different set pieces I want to do, and then that might be it. That might be for the finale. So that would be like 4 more scenarios, and then the actual final base thing, which will be its own clusterfuck of stuff.
It'd be good to finish.
Yeah. And I think honestly, like that's kind of that makes sense to the point of like, yeah, no, the point where we finally hit the finale for real is the point where I'm like, yeah, I can't think of any other cool set pieces I want to do. I want to do the final set piece. But yeah, like with some of FFG's previous games, like especially for like the L5R books and stuff, I have heard their publishers talk about, like the writers and stuff talk about they had to like cut stuff for page space because you have to send this to publishers, and it's not like RPG publishing is like a huge industry, right? So sometimes they gotta like cut stuff, and sometimes like really interesting things are cut and like they release online as like errata that I think is like honestly probably pretty important, but they just didn't have the space, and it sucks. So like I don't know, maybe Delta Green, like they decided to go with the rules that were more exotic because they figured that a GM could interpolate a firebomb, right? I don't know. I'd love to ask him about this. Again,
I would like. We just need to get a big enough cred that we can actually call up, fucking public like tabletop creator and be like, yo.
You want to do some interviews?
Yeah.
You can say fuck on our interviews if that's okay.
Yeah. But the other thing that was annoying me about Delta Green, aside from Aaron completely being a snitch, I got my eye on you, Aaron.
Yeah. Guard seems I think that fits Guard's character though. He's a snitch. He's a literal narc.
But actually, the only thing I think that's bugging me right now about Delta Green is home actions, because, like I said, they can't.
The what? Loosey-goosey. Home vignettes are very loosey goosey. We talked about this a little bit.
We talked about it a little bit because my character Kara very obsessed with hypergeometry and whatnot. It's not actually like
I think you have literally studied the unnatural every home action you've ever had.
Yes, I have. I have an unknown of fucking 23, which is not a small number, by the way.
Actually, now that I'm not doing anything else, keep talking. I'm gonna go dig up my handler's guide and see what it says about that level of unnatural.
Yeah, but with the complete of the rat news and unearthing the Loon legacy, as I will fucking call it. I have the Loon Bible, which actually has like a fuck ton of like rituals and alchemy and stuff, and that is like, okay, and I'm looking at it like, all right, I think I can actually put on my ritualist hat now and say, once Kara actually starts learning rituals, because guess what? I only learned the book. I haven't actually learned any of the rituals in it. So again, I have to waste even more time on this. By the way, I should probably start having the things to perform said rituals in alchemy, because again, I feel like Delta Green wants to do specific things and gives like half-assed rules on some things, for it. Like I said, I haven't read the handler's guide at all, so I don't know if some of the stuff is handled in there.
Well, yeah, I would say I don't think that, especially with rituals of hypergeometry, it's not so much half-assed as just like, in order to preserve the feeling of the unnatural, a lot of it is left up to your handler. Like,
oh, yeah.
If you want to make rituals more simplistic and just magic A is magic A, you can leave off a lot of the stuff, but also, like, they talk about, why do we call it rituals? Well, because, a lot of these things are couched in rituals. Like, what one culture does to achieve this effect is not what another culture does to achieve this effect. And while some parts of it are the real ritual, the actual hypergeometry occurring, some of it is also just, pomp and circumstance, and, kind of separating what that is out from each other kind of does in the wizard, as it were. Like, it makes it seem less unnatural.
Yeah, I guess
so
that's
a lot
true.
of it is meant to be like, you're supposed to play up how weird it is, and sometimes that makes it kind of loosey-goosey. They do, at least for some of the more alchemical ones, which is, because I'm me, becoming kind of a recurring theme. They do actually say that these things should be, when you produce them with rituals, they should involve use of ingredients, and it's like, and the exact materials are up to the handler. Like, be as freaky as you like, like, I talked about how, allegedly, Dust of the Threshold is supposed to be made with mummy dust. Probably going to keep that, by the way, because that's, it's a fucking dust that's supposed to, like, banish unearthly entities, so I'm probably not going to make it easier for you to brew up.
Yeah.
But
like,
the materials are still, like you said, they are deliberately left vague.
They're vague, and that's one of those things of, like, if I, as a player, want... Because this is the fun thing. This is the one thing, you mentioned this to me when I was talking about Wild Talent and stuff. When I build a character, for an NPC, I don't have to give a fuck about, necessarily, like, balance or stats or whatever. I just...
Make them do the thing you want them to do.
Yes. But when you flip that onto the player side, like, I have to start considering things a little bit differently. Because... like, some things a player, like, because here's the thing, a GM will never run out of options. Literally never run out of options.
Especially the way Delta Green is written. It's literally just, like, so much of that is on the, and I mean, it's daunting sometimes. It's why it took me probably a while to get really into the game and write it. But, like, so much of it is on the handler to be like, no, dude, just do whatever you think you and the players will find, like, a freaky story about regular humans being put up against dealing with, like, the inevitable futility of existence or whatever, man.
But, like, when, like, such power falls into a player's hand, it's not necessarily the best idea just to let them, like, oh, I can just do the thing now. No, especially in, like, a game of Delta Green, everything has costs.
Yeah.
And so...
time costs, sand costs, everything, etc.
So, it's
in fact, there are, I will spoil something. Handler's Guide. I'll let you know a little secret. The Handler's Guide does say, when talking about rituals, when you're making your own, to never make a ritual as... basically to make it effortless. Never make it the most efficient option to bust out your ritual book.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, it's always when you need to do something weird and esoteric. Like, yeah, there's a spell to wither people. It's way simpler to just shoot them with your gun. However, guess what? One, shooting people with your gun might not always work. But two, it's a lot harder to trace when you cast Shriveling on people and they, like, turn to ash and blow away.
Oh, no, trust me. I was considering just summoning a fucking Shadow Hunter and telling it to take Aaron's character into its fucking home planet and just never be seen again. Maybe.
That's when the next adventure becomes kill Kara Robinson.
Pretty much, yeah. But like, because like that's the thing, like with the specifically like the Shadow Hunters, that one doesn't bother me. That's like because we have the precedent of fucking Prichter like performing the summon with just blood and a circle. I'm like, okay, that just clicks to me. I just need blood in the circle, and guess what? That's actually in the fucking ritual. It's like what, like 3 HP of blood or something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you can get the blood from other sources, but yeah, it has both a willpower and an HP cost. So you do a thing, and you can actually like work it out.
Yeah, but like these other ones that like we have like oh god, I can't even remember the list. But like I keep looking at the petrification alchemy because I'm like, oh shit, that'd be like super fucking cool. Like I'm not entirely. Is that like alchemy? Is that like a liquid that I throw on somebody?
Here, I'm gonna look it up. Pet. I think they're supposed to ingest, but I will check.
Oh, ingest? Ugh.
Petrification. 1. 3. Petrification. Okay, it's found in the Book of Iba. Spoilers, you're gonna forget this knowledge in character. Book of Iba, this ritual is a chemical preparation of barium sulfate, calcium chloride, and certain acids and catalysts in precise proportions, augmented with invocations to Sathagwa and Shub-Niggurath.
Hey!
With the right ingredients and equipment, preparing the solution takes less than an hour, costs 30 willpower.
30, Jesus.
Each point of permanent power spent costs 10, and 1d12 sand. The solution's strange taste is distinct when mixed with water, but can be matched with wine. In tea or coffee, it forms a precipitate that has no effect. The solution has a 30% lethality rating, as it spreads the calcium and barium salts and replaces living cell with mineral mana, transforming the victim into a perfect statue. Poisoning a victim with the solution incurs its own sand cost for violence.
Yeah,
So
okay.
yeah,
Okay, never mind.
Probably inject it since it says poisoning the solution, but it's mostly meant to be ingested.
Okay, maybe I won't use it that way. Shit, that seems a lot more. Well, I guess it. Well, no, fuck. I'll probably still fucking learn it. But again, like off
the willpower thing is you can split that up with system stuff.
Oh, okay. But yeah, so it's like a liquid. So it's like, all right, if I want to make like the petrification poison on the fly, that means I have to either like know what materials I'm going for or have like the materials with me. And this is where my complication with home actions came up, cause post Rat's Nest, or excuse me, post Operation Moonrat. I actually had to do a quick retcon on that. Kara runs off with several ritual several ritual tools and some like alchemy stuff and whatnot and just some stuff. And I'm looking at gear and stuff and be like, okay. Ritual, like, alchemy ingredients and ritual gear aren't necessarily, mechanical, what's the words, mechanically written, but as a character, I would feel that I would need something, excuse me, in order to perform such things. This is why, Kara initially did run off with like a silver Athame and an oak rod, but I asked Mega if we can retcon, me keeping some silver coins and maybe a marble and a silver chalice, because then we got the fucking minor arcana of, sword, rod, coins, and cup, which I believe is the Italian.
Yeah, it's the tarot.
Yeah. So, that seems very ritualistic to me. So I was like, okay, sweet, cool. Probably use that for cool things and stuff. But then I was like wondering about it. Okay, so how do I start collecting materials? Because there's some materials that you can probably find pretty easy. Like iron shaving, copper shaving, various like small minerals and stuff. Maybe even a few precious metals. You can probably get some dust stuff. But like I'm just like remembering like fucking Erwin had fucking like didn't he have like literally like crushed gemstones and vials and stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, that's not something that you're just like, oh, I have that. Well, I don't feel like that. I've definitely noticed that, like, some people are just okay being like, no, I have that, and me eternally going, but do you? Really? Like, I don't know.
I mean, most of the time, Dallas just says, I have these things. He's talking about things, and I'm like, yeah, okay, probably. The only thing was, like, handgun. And, I mean, we literally had a question of, like, Dallas started, like at one point Dallas was like, I don't think I have a Kevlar vest, and then he goes to Google it and he's like, yeah, I don't know, apparently there's all these questions online about park rangers having Kevlar vests. Like, got one.
Yes, Garcia is in danger.
Well, Gar's the Delta Green, he's always in danger.
Yes.
You're all always in danger. But yeah, it definitely, like, depends on the ritual and some of the things, there's definitely some esoteric elements, and some of that could be for, like, mundane chemistry,
Uh-huh.
the... Sorry, I'm reading through a lot of these examples of stuff, and there's a lot there's a lot of it's on me. The elixir of infinite space is how chemical preparation of elixir takes 6 days and requires notoriously strange and rare ingredients. What ingredients? Whatever your handler feels like.
Maybe I can just like say it like when I get my kit together, I have like so many like uses of various types. I don't actually have to get like specific.
That seems fair. And we've talked a little bit about this, right? Like you were thinking about like acquiring like implements and stuff, and like I was, like comparing, so on and so forth. Like medical stuff, obviously, that's in the book. That has, mechanics. It has reasonable cost. It makes sense. Some of the chemistry stuff, I kind of looked around and I even eyeballed it because, again, talking about rulebooks being guidelines, like the Delta Green Agent's Handbook does actually say, like, roughly what costs, like how much in dollars. I posted it in Secret Cabal. 29, a more advanced understanding of the true disposition of the world, the variety of great old ones, alien intelligence, and human earthly intelligence, an inkling of prehistory, isolated and framed through confusing human occultism, conspiracy theories, and mythology.
Yeah,
very spooky.
Yeah, I'm in the 3rd category now.
Yeah, you're in the 3rd box. So, like, you actually, like, know there's a lot of shit out there. A lot of shit. And, like, there's this whole hidden history to things. What exactly is in that hidden history? You're not sure. There's a fuck ton of it.
I don't know, but I do know that Delta Green has been keeping secrets. Which I guess makes sense. If Delta Green keeps secrets against the world, why wouldn't they keep secrets against you? Maybe you shouldn't trust them and tell them fucking everything. Hard cut glaring to Garcia again. Garza. Excuse me. I am horrible with fucking Delta Green names. I don't know why.
I've noticed. It's gonna get worse in the next one where you're probably gonna have cover identities. Want them, just in case. Be safe. Because, spoilers, part of the hook is that you guys are gonna be team number 2. Team number 1 looked at the problem. Nobody knows where they went. Did they get eaten into space? You don't know. Did they get eaten by the mall? You don't know.
I hope this is one that we can do like over a couple days, because again, I got to learn some rituals, because I don't have.
Yeah, this one's probably gonna be fairly big.
Okay, sick.
And definitely gonna emphasize like multiple time periods and weirdness. But yeah, like looking at the cost categories for things, I was able to go like, okay, how much is a chemistry set online? Okay, that's incidental. You can just have that. Like, the game literally tells me if something has an incidental cost, don't worry about it. Like, unless the agents are in such a situation where they can't acquire anything, like, oh no, my wallet is stolen or something, don't give a shit about incidental. So it's like, yeah, you can find all your like potion bottles and alembics and filters and stuff. That's all fine.
Yep.
And like over the table chemistry set stuff for like normal chemical compounds, probably also fine. Some of the more esoteric ingredients, that's probably going to depend ritual to ritual, like I already said, petrification, for instance, takes specific elements of barium and calcium, and then some certain catalysts, which are unnamed, which are probably spooky. And, that we can probably just lump in with, and some of it, like looking at the raw rules, some of it we can probably lump in with a ritual activation roll. Like, remember, you got to roll for rituals, so
true.
Maybe it can be like, you didn't get your ingredients right this time. You didn't quite get the values correct if you fail the roll. So there can be a little bit of flex time, but yeah, definitely. And you've mentioned the rituals a couple of times. Like I said, the way home actions work, where like normally you get one, you have one thing you're doing in between like major operations when you return home from your opera, which can take multiple sessions. And those are very clearly defined and supposed to take a decent amount of time, while Kara studied the unnatural, Professor Jack studied the blade.
It's literal.
Literally. Yeah. They found a cool sword. I mean, it's me. Were you not expecting there to be cool swords? Maybe more cool
again,
swords.
I do love the moment when you said Azoth was on the blade. I just blurred out, "Is this the sword of Paracelsus?" Like, we didn't even have to do a fucking research roll.
Yeah, and I virtually turned to you and start smiling, and I'm like, "Yeah, it is." Oh, I'm glad you caught that. There's gonna be a lot of that. A lot of those little like references are gonna be peppered in the next one. Like I said, I haven't written it yet. Hopefully, I can get on that because we're gonna, like I said, the Star Wars is done. But that's, and that will, because that will involve at least one vehicle combat encounter, and probably, like I said, at least one dismounted combat. That'll probably take at least 2 seconds.
Oh, it's a scary marble.
Oh, is it Marble King?
It has thicker tentacles.
Blah, blah.
It's a great oh god, oh god. Sorry, it's very big.
I'm still in the fade to black. I'm waiting. There it is. He is quite large. Get him to crits, dope. But yeah, so like we talked about the home actions being kind of limited, and I like I said, I know you chafed a little. You were like, how can I get this actual stuff? How does that handle? And I was kind of like, well, it's not really detailed, so I personally am okay with interpreting that in a non-strict fashion and letting you, like, when you get to that part of where I start every single operation, you know, every opera with, hey, what are you bringing? You know, if you've got some backlog stuff, we can go ahead and scratch it off and say you were, like, prepping and collecting things ahead of time. And as mentioned earlier, if it's an incidental cost category, the game says I am not supposed to care, so we do not care. Unless it's restricted, but that's different. Because technically the physical costs for things like pipe bombs and C4, Lost showed up. He's here to yell about chaos.
It's a very chaos.
I hope Lost is excited to shoot tank guns.
I'm excited for Lost to get bit by a snake.
Also to heal people. I think I've actually managed to design a scenario that's going to appeal to all of your duties.
Oh, that's good.
I know it took me like 90 sessions, but I think I've done it finally. And to be fair, Marth has a different duty than when he started because he switched characters. But yeah, so
I'm just ripping off
that seems to be the best way to handle like gear acquisition, because there's ways to raise funding. He's ripping up a lot too.
Oh, it spins!
Spin to win. I mean, he tore his big arms off, so now he's got to use his little tongue arm. Get you. But like I said, there is home actions to like raise extra money for purchases, so I think that's really what it is just you go through the system of acquiring gear when you want to acquire it, and you know, if you have to like soft retcon some stuff, that's okay.
Oh, what is he doing?
That'll probably be one-handed. Oh, he grew his arms back. Yeah, he did exactly what I thought he was. He just spun in a circle with his bad breath.
God!
Why is your breath so bad?
Oh, why are you spinning so much? Please stop!
Well, I was going to say it's because he turned red, but actually he stopped turning red.
Ah, there we go. Oh, I grabbed it by the tongue?
Oh.
Oh no. Oh!
Hey, do you guys like brutal takedowns? Oh, you think you're going to get me, huh? Yep. No, I was just like, I'm like, it's going to turn to crystal and Jack step out.
Chaos.
Chaos.
Oh no.
Goop.
Is this one of my
You
memories?
guys were wearing masks for this. There's memories in the Chaos Goop?
Yeah, no.
Somebody giving us the rock. Shiny rock. But yeah, I think that's everything I had to converse about.
Yeah, was there anything else about Delta Green I wanted to talk about? Well, I guess the overall vibe with it is... I very much enjoyed the overall vibe of the Rat's Nest. Again, there was like very little combat. You did pepper in a couple in there.
And technically, I had opportunities to cycle back, like, you know, the rats could have kept attacking you. But I just kind of liked, you know, the one time it happened and you guys got all freaked out, and then it was like, okay, do I want to bring that back? It's fine.
It's like, you didn't really need to bring it back. It's like, ooh, excuse me.
It served its purpose. You guys got freaked out, and you were like, Dallas started a fire underground and you left, and like there's a whole thing. You on edge.
Oh yeah, the Dallas
sister wraiths were kind of unfortunate, but that's what happens when I rolled. I rolled the opposite. I get, you can say there is a statistical curve. I rolled the opposite of that fucking dimensional shambler at the end of Bigfoot. I failed like twice, and I critically failed once, and so it was just like, oh shit.
Well, that's how it be. Womp womp.
That's why dice are involved. Nothing I can really do about that one.
Well, again, like I did like that the combat didn't take a eternity and stuff. That's like, I think that's usually the big problem is like a lot of times in tabletops the big slowdown always occurs when combat happens.
Yep.
Because then that's when we do the dramatic zoom in and we go into turns and stuff. So I think Combat Light was very good. And like I said, you did very good on the atmospheric and stuff. As like we're going through the things, checking everything, inch by inch. Going over everything.
Yeah, and I think your cautious and methodical nature, it kept the tension high and it kept the vibes without frustrating you guys. But it also saved you some pain in the ass. Like I talked about how there was gonna be a big spooky scary boss fight thing if you guys fucked with the rocks, and you were like, I see these rocks. These rocks are covered in writing that is older than human civilization. I don't like these rocks. We're not fucking with these rocks. In fact, I want to leave. I never want to think about these rocks again.
Yeah. Like, again, I'm not exactly sure what tipped us off about, don't fuck with the fucking rocks. Like, I don't think anyone actually said, out loud, what if we destroy these rocks? I don't think anyone ever actually thought about it. We were just like, no, this is a place of death. It is time to leave. Although, I do want to shout out to me for the idea that if we could talk to this dude, we could just tell him to leave.
Yeah, that was very funny when the concept came up of because you guys were rolling your unnatural and trying to figure stuff out. I was like, okay, so you don't think it's not like a cage, it's more like a telephone?
Mm-hmm.
And you were like, well, that's neat. Can we just I guess we could call and tell him to fuck off. It's funny because that's in if you do actually do the conversing form, the oracle of death, you could actually say, and then you could have been like, leave, and then it would have been like, okay,
bye. So, I enjoyed that. Going through the house, there was plenty of little treasures in there. Because again, that's something that I am always about. I'm always about loot and stuff and gear. So that's why I'm this is also, I've talked about this before, it's also my big downfall. I would have loved to be able to keep the Sword of Paracelsus, but I have no actual reason to. Well, I take that back. I have reason to because I'm an Rictrilus and an alchemist now, but as far as sword wielding motherfuckers go, that's not really me. And honestly, I think I have yelled my way into keeping most books. That is most tombs, I should say, that have cropped up, or at least read them. Except for the Book of Ibon. Everyone was all like, nope. Get that.
Also, it was in an ancient dialect of a literally endangered language. I didn't know this about Occitan, but the United Nations is this is an endangered language group, and I'm like, well, so it'd be really fucking hard for you to translate. Dallas's character could technically do it, but he'd be spending the months to translate it, then he'd have to spend months to study it, and he was just like, no, this book is bad.
Hey, Batutu, burn it! But no.
Throw it into the fire.
That reminds me, I might as well burn Pritchard's journal and the Alchemy of the Loon. Get some sand back. Despite the many spooking things happening, our sand gain and loss are pretty consistent.
I usually roll pretty low when I want you to lose sand, and then pretty high when you regain. And I did talk about in the first one there were technically some missteps I got back from the dimension. My bad.
Yeah, but
it's supposed to be the lower number, but burning books is a pretty consistent way to both make you lose sand and then possibly. I expect to see that a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I put way more tomes in this one too.
Oh, sick.
Tapes that we started.
But
you guys listened to the audio tapes, and it was a whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it just kind of went from there. I'm actually very surprised. I liked how you guys took it, but I was pleasantly surprised when the team took Erwin's note very literally.
Which one?
The one in the beginning of his diary, the joke book.
Oh, that says burn.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
know, just a general reminder, and he was like, "Remember, eyes only, destroy after reading." It's like, you guys interpreted that very literally, and that was supposed to be open to interpretation. And I'm, oh, this is actually kind of nice. I like how you guys took this. It's good. It's character building.
Mm-hmm.
I think Dallas slotted in the team pretty good. You know, Professor Jack is kind of, you know, he's the weird old guy. It makes sense because, like Kara, he's also been brain fuckled.
Mm-hmm.
He's a little brain melted, so he's weird. And now he has a sword. Fuck out.
He studied some HEMA.
Yeah, and it's going to be really interesting to see him in our next scenario because, like I said, that's Operation Starcourt, a.k.a. the Mall of the Damned, which is going to have me embrace my full Delta Green suburban horror vibes and deal with, like, creepy malls that should be dead but are not, and other weird things. I'm going to have some fun with them. Like I said, I hope I can get a rating this week. Yeah, I don't know if Benowitz is the straight man because usually you have Benowitz talk about weird theories. Benefits is definitely, I think, the middle guy. Like, if anybody, Garz is our straight man. He's just like, whenever somebody says something crazy, Garz is just like, shut up. Couldn't say that. Don't. Why would you bring that up? Like, Garza understands shit is fucked up, but he doesn't usually try to think about it unless it's directly related to solving the problem. Benowitz is not as loopy as our two characters who have literally obtained mental illness by seeing that which man was not meant to know. But you play him a little just like, I don't know, maybe like out of his depth. Like Garza tries to ignore or rationalize things wherever possible. I feel like, okay, we don't need to think about that part. That's not important. Like, he's just trying to do the work, as it were. Whereas Benowitz is much more proactively, like, he's trying to get ahead of problems and understand them, and sometimes he's right, and sometimes he just sounds like a raving lunatic. But usually not in, like, a bad way, though occasionally in a possibly unintentionally funny way. But, like, I think it works out. Holland is our stoic. He is there to shoot gun. And bend bar and lift gate. You had him open many doors that were locked.
Yeah.
Though you did also open one yourself.
With an axe.
What a fire axe. That's probably a good way to put it, tragically proactive. Like, Benowitz is used to organizing, you know, teams and solving problems and, you know, foreseeing logistics and getting ahead of things. And sometimes in Delta Green that works, sometimes it doesn't.
Ugh.
But okay, we've been going for 4 hours. Lucky's in a cave.
I'm in a cave. I think
I'm
that's
a little thirsty. Yeah, we talked for length about our stuff. We get a nice 4 hours.
Yeah.
Let's Talk is doing good.
That's good.
For one.
Oh, this one.
I was kind of figuring the you know, the call out words would work. We'll see if it gets like super big. Probably not like crazy high views because it's shorter.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, I'm glad to see people checking out. I'm glad to see your comments on stuff. Well, that's a late game Pharaoh dunk, but okay. I mean, he did turn into a mutant in a reactor to get set on fire.
Probably went insane a long time ago.
Yeah, there's a lot of that stuff in the Law. Currently, we're fighting a flan with hands. Check that shit out. But there are tonberries. There's a lot of stuff. Yeah, would you still be disappointed, Loth, if I changed your name on Discord to Flan with Hands Loth?
You should
Got
do
a lot
it.
of blood on that sword?
Oh yeah, no. There's blood splatter all up in this game.
Okay.
You just get covered in it.
Oh well, somebody's watching the archive from the beginning. Well, let's go ahead and wrap this up then, so they can catch up.
Yeah.
But okay, you know, so what's up? We're doing stuff. We'll be back next week. Make sure to watch Monday for more Uncharted Lost Legacy. I think it's the subtitle there. Super cool. You should check it out. And also let us know what your thoughts about other like future stream stuff is. Like I said,
Oh wait, no, I do have something I wanted to ask. So I did. I forgot to mention this, but I am picking up. Oops. I am picking up the HDMI splitter that I will need to run my PS3. And unless something weird has happened, it should still be fully backward compatible. So I will be able to access my library of PS1 and PS2 games. If they want to, so that could be interesting. I might be able to pull something out. Not necessarily how that would work for streaming, because I don't think PS3 has screen share.
Yeah, no, that's I think a PS5 feature they added to the share play and stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, depending on the game context, I can, always watch the preview window. That probably means we want to avoid, like, super story-heavy games with lots of text I can't read.
Well,
we could dig some classics.
I won't be able to give you audio, but I do know that I can straight stream the video from Elgato straight to Discord.
That's true. I can watch in the Discord window. I have 2 monitors.
So I wouldn't be able to. You wouldn't be able to hear the audio because it does not capture the audio that way. But you can at least see what's happening.
Yeah. We can do some testing and stuff. But yeah, audience, if you're interested in those things, let us know about some of those older style stuff we could get into. I know we have some things on the backlog, but there's a few things we could work on. And like I said, I asked the question about, and this may apply to other stuff. I know some things are unfinished, like Lucky hasn't finished doing Dead Space on the channel, so that could be like a revisit, right?
Yeah.
To actually finish up. But also, like, talking about, like, going back, like, I could, because they keep releasing DLC with more Super Planes, I could pull up AC7 again and, like, do all the stuff again with Lucky on stream and, like, do the DLC missions finally. And let me know if you're okay with, like, revisiting stuff like that. And we could pick out a few things we've done before, maybe done, like, solo and stuff, and go back to. We still got a couple weeks, probably, on Lost Legacy. I'm definitely going to be playing more Triangle Strategy in the not-too-distant future, because, it's still, like, a week until Ghostwire comes out. That I am interested in probably getting right away. Red, I love that stuff. We can get up to all kinds of nonsense. Like I said, I didn't do the DLC pack missions on stream. That's a whole other thing you guys get to see. Everybody gangster until the ocean starts speaking Latin.
What?
There's a lot of Latin themes for like bosses in AC and stuff. Oh. So this the original joke from AC7 is everybody gangster until the sky starts speaking Latin when the one of the boss planes shows up. But then there's also some boat related stuff in the deal. Boat. Ace Combat's wild. Like I said, this is why I'm like, guys, can you like release a new game? Jesus Christ, what are you doing? You just stream about the 25th anniversary and you release more music on your YouTube channel, please. Give me something.
Lord have mercy.
Well, you're not gonna have mercy on that plane. Anyway, let's scoot out of here. I think we talked about that, so we can scooch out of here. If you haven't checked out Let's Talk FGO, be sure to catch that up. Gonna watch it. Go back to the spot if you showed up late.
Oh, jeez. God, the element's just bitch slapping. No, she's doing it again!
That's a great animation. There's so much fucking boy.
Oh no, there's a twin elemental boss in here. The water one's a woman. Her grab attack is she just smothers you into her breasts. It's great. This game's so cheeky. I love it.
Yeah. That's a good way to put it. But alright, let's do the outro and scoodle on out of here. Hey, if you're watching this video on YouTube, be sure to give it a like if you liked it. Help that algorithm help us out and, be familiarized with liking. There are currently 9 viewers and 9 likes, so nobody has to die today. But if you're watching this in the future, consider shooting us a like. If you have any comments, drop them in our comment section down below. Also, Loth, I hope you don't sleep in so much tomorrow, because I don't want to be starting the game at 11 o'clock at night. It's back in Star Wars, baby. Forget. You get to get poisoned by new and interesting things.
Snake.
If you are new here and haven't already, please subscribe to our channel. You can get more of this stuff. Streams, podcasts, other videos. So check it out. Subscribe to the channel. Even if you're not subscribed, hit that bell for notifications so you always know when we post a new video. If you want, you can also support our channel memberships. You can join the channel by clicking the button or a link in the video description. It gives you access to membership badges and emotes like are being displayed now. Very nice.
Ta-da!
Only $1.99 a month. Also, like I said at the front of the show, you can support us on Patreon. You can get access to this episode in audio format. $1 a month for roughly $10 a year. You get access to other video releases early, topic polls, other stuff. It's really cool and rad. Helps us out. That's it from me for this week for What's Up. So I guess we'll see you guys next time.
Have a good evening. Ah! Have a good evening, everyone.
大丈夫なのジャック